Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome. I'm Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and today is the February 6th meeting. I will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance, but before we do that, I'd like to go ahead and let Councilmember Marks share that she is on Zoom. And Councilmember Marks, are you able to speak now?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I overdid it at the gym and I've got a knee problem right now, so I'm going to participate via Zoom. So thank you.
Thank you. I hope you feel better. And thank you for being here through Zoom. All right, we'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance and we'll come back.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. So today is, and I just want to let everyone know that's on Zoom, if you do have public comment later, whether it is for the general public comment or whether it is for public comment on a certain item, make sure you raise your hand. You can also press *9 to raise your hand, and we'll make sure you get into the public comment queue. So now the first part of our meeting is always a fun part, or often a fun part. It is where we get to give a proclamation on something that is a month of awareness or day of awareness or something of that sort. And to me, particularly, I find that Black History Month is an extremely important month, and I'm excited to be able to provide this proclamation to the president of NAACP SLO County, and that is Tobin Johnson. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then I'll meet you down there, Tobin, for you to be able to say a few words and receive the proclamation. So, Black History Month, February 2024, whereas founded by the dedicated work of Carter G. Woodson in 1926 to bring attention to the need for acknowledging, celebrating, and accurately representing Black and African American history and the landmark influence of this community in shaping the nation. Carter G. Woodson laid the foundation to establish Black History Month, and beginning in 1975, every president has declared the month of February as Black History Month. Black and African Americans have made immeasurable contributions that have enriched the United States of America, and indeed the lives of every individual in the nation. And Black and African Americans have made and continued to make America a better place for all. Throughout history, Black and African Americans have experienced and endured injustices and inequities from societal and institutional biases and bigotry rooted in experiences of diaspora and displacement, systemic oppression, and white supremacy. It is a moral and justice-based imperative that each of us learns about, sheds light upon, and condemns such injustices and inequities that Black and African Americans continue to experience and endure. But moreover, that each of us take action to build community, amplify their voices, and realize true change. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize February 2024 as National Black History Month and recommend all citizens of the County of San Luis Obispo to join in recognizing the importance of this month.
Wish there was a whole lot more, but all right. Thank you very much, Council, as well as Mayor. I appreciate this, and the NAACP definitely appreciates it. My name is Tobin Johnson. I'm the president of the NAACP SLO chapter, and I'm glad to be here with you. I have a short prepared statement that I'd like to read and just bring some awareness. So I would like to introduce Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm. She was the first African woman in Congress in 1968 and the first woman and African American to seek nomination for President of the United States from one of the two major political parties in 1972. In 1964, Chisholm ran and became the second African American in New York State legislature. After court-ordered redistricting created a newly heavy Democratic district in her neighborhood in 1968, Chisholm sought and won a seat in Congress. There, Fighting Shirley introduced more than 50 pieces of legislation and championed racial and gender equality, the plight of the poor, and the ending of the Vietnam War. She was a co-founder of the National Women's Political Caucus in 1971, and in 1977 became the first Black woman and second woman ever to serve on the powerful House Rules Committee. Of her legacy, Chisholm said, "I want to be remembered as a woman who dared to be a catalyst of change." Later this year, her story will be shown in a film titled Shirley, with Regina King portraying her. This year will be pivotal when it comes to civil rights and social justice. We, the NAACP, have the unique inability to secure more wins than anyone else. The issues that affect our community will make or break how we thrive in this country. Together, let's amplify the voice of Black America to make solutions to our most pressing issues are equitable. Each and every NAACP makes a difference to the complex, ongoing work of advancing racial equality. We have driven the hardest fought wins for civil rights and social justice. With you by our side, we can accelerate the next milestones for Black America. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing the movie. And there's been comments, sometimes people say, African American Black History Month gets the shortest month of the year, but it was actually because of Abe Lincoln and Frederick Douglass's birthday, and that is why February is Black History Month. So, little tidbit. So next, we also get to see another exciting item, which is the San Luis Obispo Museum of Art Annual Report. So I'm looking forward to, thank you, Executive Director Leanne Standish. She'll be providing our report.
It's very scary up here.
It's not scary.
It's not?
We don't bite.
Okay. Forward. Okay. Thank you, Teresa. Hi, I'm Leanne Standish, Executive Director of the museum, and I want to say thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you to council, thank you to staff, thank you, Mayor Stewart. We are excited to share how amazing our 2023 was for the Museum of Art. And so I have a PowerPoint. Teresa said 20 points or higher and you can almost read it. Okay, so I'll interpret as we go through a PowerPoint. I don't know, I mean, I think we need them, but I don't love them. Okay, so let's just start with the beginning. Wait, point this way. Teresa, tell me where to point. Here. Okay. See, it's jinxed. I could sing you a song.
Teresa will help
Do a
you.
medley.
City Clerk will help you, which is so nice.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, got it. Okay, so the San Luis Obispo Museum of Art. It is our honor to have been founded in 1968 in our precious little building on the corner of Monterey and Broad Streets. We became the Art Center in we started with the Art Association in 1966, which was a group that founded the organization. Then they had a building, they bought a building in 1968. We have remained free admission since the beginning of our times. And our operating budget, am I in the mic? Out, don't move around. Okay, here I am, thank you. Our operating budget is about $900,000. Our annual attendance post-COVID averages over 50,000 a year. Pre-COVID, for the record, our annual attendance averaged closer to 30,000. Wait, okay, scroll. Oh, here I am, scrolling. Here, I got you. I got you. Okay. Our excellent board of directors, and they are exquisitely qualified to run our institution, include 14 members of our community. Barbara Bell has led us through the transition out of COVID and into our new times. Ermina Karima is our next board chair, and we're just so honored by their generous service to the museum. And the staff make the PowerPoint, so this is their slide. Best staff ever. In fact, they are. They are. Actually, every staff member who was on staff post-COVID is still with us, or pre-COVID is still with us post-COVID. And we have amazing partners at the museum. Of course, we have our cultural corridor partners, the History Center, Downtown SLO Children's Museum, and the Mission SLO Rep Theater coming online. And then we also have a lot of civic partners, and we're really proud to partner with Race Matters, SLO, Latino Outreach Culture, the Y. We partner with Gala and Woods because Dog Day at the museum is the best. And we want to thank our civic partners. Of course, we have the City of SLO. We love our partnership with the City of SLO. The County of San Luis Obispo, California Arts Council is a major funder of our programming, and we're so grateful to them. We partner with the library, and we partner with the National Endowment for the Arts, which of course we've received 2 grants post-COVID from the National Endowment for the Arts, which is one of the most stellar sort of and rigorous programs that you could go through as a cultural agency. Where did we begin with public art? So I took over the museum in the fall of 2020. We were in the throes of COVID. We were closed because of COVID. And so we made the decision at that time to turn our institution inside out. And we started using the outside of the museum as a gallery space. And that was our first foray into public art. I love to share the story of our first mural, Juan Negroni. We really pointedly wanted to invite a Spanish-speaking artist. He stood there painting while the whole world was closed down every day for a period of 3 weeks. And we watched the Spanish-speaking audience that the museum had never engaged before really become engaged with the museum. And my favorite touchstone moment was when a family approached Juan and began talking to him in Spanish about the program. Juan offered the paintbrush to their young son, who was about 8 years old, who painted for a little bit. And before they walked away, he said, "Now it's yours too." For me, that was a really powerful moment that demonstrated public art and its meaning. Of course, now we do a mural every year. So we had Calafia was here, and currently we have this Low Rainbow, Leah Rosenberg's piece. And from there, we blossomed into this other version of public art where we were able to partner with the city, which is really an honor for the institution. And I think one of the things that's I'm very proud of for our community. Our community is all kinds of lovely and adorable, and this is just one more version of that. So we started with the sculptures on the lawn. Our first sculpture, Marc de Suvro is in every major collection in the world, and we were able to host his sculpture, Mama Mobius, on our lawn. We did Seven Sisters on the back of the Fremont Theater. I love the before and after photos from inside of our sweet St. Beryl. It's a really exquisite change. I never would have thought about it, and it's so important. And of course, the grays in between is Anila Anga on Orchid and Tank Farm, our first roundabout installation. And to this day, I hear how powerful that piece is for people in this community. And of course, today we have our David on the lawn, beautiful David. He's Bernini's David, squashed into a 1 cubic meter sculpture. He's wildly popular. He's been all over the internet as an exquisite piece of public art. You know, what does the museum do for our community? We host exhibitions. We have 3 galleries. We use the outside of the museum. We use the city in partnership with the city. We do public programs. First Fridays, we're open first Fridays, every first Friday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Hosted wine DJ. It's very sexy. Second Saturdays, every second Saturday of the month from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. We offer free art kits that relate to the art that's in the museum. So you and your families can come and make art on the lawn, take it home, it's yours. And it's a pretty exquisite program. I'm very proud of that. We started during COVID when you couldn't come into the museum. Docent tours every single Saturday morning. We offer a free docent tour at 11 a.m. So if you think the art is complex, then take a docent tour and you'll have a deeper understanding. School tours, we host a plethora of school tours. Those school tour kids have a really rich experience where they tour the art. We use something called virtual or visual thinking strategies, and then they each make art themselves as part of their adventure. Partner events, we partner again, we talked about our organizations and our public art. who do we share as an institution? Now, this is tiny print, so I'm going to just interpret for you that from 2017 to 2020, as an institution, I think that is 60% white male artists. In 2021, the museum did a strategic plan where we really decided to reconsider who we represented at the museum. It became a focus for our institution and a long-term goal. So today, BIPOC is, I can't even read that number myself. Can you read it?
35.
Thank you, I love you. So we have a really beautiful balance. Every exhibition is in English and Spanish, and our partnership with Bloomberg Philanthropies means we have an app that presents every exhibition in 30 additional languages. And who are we showing? So there's been a narrative about how maybe the museum abandoned local artists. We did not. We so care deeply about local artists. So 73% of what the museum is offering is California artists, and most of those artists are from this region. I hope you enjoyed last First Friday where we celebrated Barry Goyette, one of the most beloved artists in our area. Okay, so going back to our operating budget is about $900,000 a year. We have about 51,000 visitors. That means we spend $18 per visitor to have a completely free institution. How do we pay for that? Well, we're really, really lucky. Individual giving makes up a huge percentage of how we pay our bills. We have a small percentage of business sponsorships. We're doing really well as an institution with grants, which means that someone outside our community rigorously agrees that what we're doing is important and valuable. And then, of course, we have earned income through our partnership with the city. And so the Americans for the Arts did a study in 2019 that said 68% of tourism in the US is driven by the arts. Cultural tourists spend twice as much. They do shop. And then your own study as a city said in 2021 that the most important investments for the city going forward would be top economic opportunities would be the economic the museum, the cultural district, and the downtown in general for cultural investment. Youth arts education, as we said, we're serving over 1,500 kids a year through our completely free Second Saturday programs. We also take our Second Saturday programs outside the market, so we pop up in various locations so that we can make sure to serve the biggest audience possible. We're the only museum between Santa Barbara and Monterey. School tours, 500 students in the last year. We have subsidies for their transportation. We care deeply about making sure that kids have an experience with the museum. In our 51,000 attendees, 30% of those attendees are first-time museum visitors ever. What do we have coming up? Adam Parker Smith, so the dude on the lawn, has a beautiful show that's going to open in March. He has this beautiful pop-up sculpture narrative where you're going to see all kinds of things that will question your theories of art and will really sort of invite you to engage in it in a way you haven't before. April Banks, our partnership with Race Matters, funded by the NEA. She has an exhibition in the Nyback Gallery. She'll open on the lawn as the new public art sculpture. And the Surf Show, which is a working title, opens in July at the museum, but who isn't excited about that? Okay, I'm wrapping up because I feel anxious. Please come to First Fridays, Second Saturdays. If you can, join as a museum member. We love having you. It's important. It makes us able to be free to the for every visitor every day at SLOMA. The end. Love you. Am I to stay for questions or run away?
You can take a seat, that's totally fine, but thank you so much for sharing everything you did. It's so great to be able to see what's happening in the public art, but also what's happening in the museum, and also all the statistics of knowing who's coming to the museum and whose art is at the museum is really great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the city manager report, I just want to make sure, I see some people coming in, make sure that if you wish to speak at some point, either on an item that's on the agenda or not, that you grab a public comment speech slip that are right behind the city clerk in blue or right outside with Kevin in blue as well. So I just want to give you that heads up. All right, city manager.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's always risky business to go after Leanne with all of our bubbly and exciting energy, and we are thrilled to be a partner with them. They have done some really transformative things in terms of our partnership downtown, and I think there's really limitless opportunities ahead with that partnership. I have some important things I just want to share with the community tonight about some areas where I think the city is having an impact, and all these also relate to our major city goals, as the previous presenter just provided. I want to share with the community, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for being part of a media event that we had earlier this week about the state's determination of the city of San Luis Obispo joining 36 other jurisdictions for a total of 37 for a pro-housing designation. This was determined by the governor on January 31st, essentially provides incentives and accountability for tackling, I think, one of the most difficult challenges facing California, which is our housing crisis. And it's really great to be recognized by the governor and being added as one of 7 new California communities earning this distinction. The program in itself provides incentives to access competitive funds for housing, community development, and infrastructure funding programs. Over the several years, the city has implemented programs to remove barriers and improve the overall housing supply, and specifically increase affordable housing, which is very much in need. As the council and the community may know, there is a regional housing needs allocation by the state, and we need to plan for 3,354 units over an 8-year cycle, or by 2028. We've implemented a whole host of programs thanks to the council's leadership, including, this is just some examples, subdivision regulations related to small lots, our downtown flexible density program, we've streamlined permit processing for housing projects, we've removed subjective design guidelines, the city waives or defers permit fees for affordable housing projects, as just an example. And so I just want to thank Director Tway, she's here in the crowd somewhere, and all of our team in Community Development Department, and also our former Community Development Director, Michael Cadron, for us being added to this list of, 37 cities out of 37 jurisdictions out of 482 cities and 58 counties. It's really an honor to be part of that club. Moving forward with other areas where the council's and the city's investment is having an impact is one of our local service providers. And we've partnered with Shower the People, a community-based mobile shower program that offers free hot showers to homeless people in our community. In 2023, they provided 6,128 showers. It's the highest total since the organization was founded 5.5 years ago. Since October 2028, Shower the People has provided over 20,000 total showers, and also provided clothing, includes socks, toothbrushes, clothes, toothpaste, and other resources. So as we know, there's a high demand for that. This is a entirely volunteer-run organization with volunteers ranging from college age to 80-year-old retirees. And if you're interested in learning more about their work, you can go to showerthepeopleslow.org. Next, moving to our sustainability piece, the City of SLO is moving forward with an overall campaign to tie together our work on climate action and resilience through our Sustainable SLO branding program. It pairs physical branding projects on the city's sustainable assets and provide a community educational campaign leading up to Earth Day on April 22nd, 2024. The key messages that we're elevating is that the city is taking a comprehensive action on climate crisis as floods, fires, smoke, and heat impact us all more, and together we can do something about it. You can learn more about this initiative at www.slowcity.org/sustainable SLO. I just want to highlight those resources, everything from our electric buses, our new recycle facilities, our EV cars, and many of our charging stations that are being installed throughout the city. Moving to other areas where the city is impacting people's lives is just a reminder that the city has opened up application process to the entire community for our Human Services Grant, and we'll be accepting applications from January 29th that will close on March 1st, 2024. The Human Services Grant Program and priorities are homelessness prevention, affordable alternative housing, supportive services, and transitional housing. For more information about this program, you can access the grant webpage at www.slowcity.org/grants under the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Grant Program. Moving to some of our park and recreation or cultural arts programs. So senior activities in February, the popular walking tour around the town is on the first Wednesday of every month through April. The Senior Center will host Get Smart with Smartphones learning opportunity on February 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th. And for more information, you can contact our Parks and Recreation Department at 781-7300 or recreation@slowcity.org. Now moving to some of the community investments that we're making in and around the city. I want to give some update on some of our projects. Some of these have been obviously delayed as we've had to divert resources because of inclement weather and the series of stormy events. And we hope with some clear weather, we can have some sustained progress. Work on the North Truro Neighborhood Greenway project continues. Construction of the retaining wall on the west side street near Mission is now complete, as well as the concrete bike path behind the Ramona Shopping Center, which will soon be open for service. Some major items that remain, and these are really weather dependent, are the roadway slurry sealing, street striping and signage, and completion of improvements under the Truro underpass, which include the installation of art fencing, accent lighting, as well as protected bike medians in the roadway. Work is expected to be complete in spring of 2024 with completion of the underpass art fencing. Moving on to our arterials paving projects, the contractor is currently working on culvert and sidewalk repairs on Monterey Street, and the public can expect to see some concrete bike median installations that are happening on Santa Barbara. The next roadway segment plan for maintenance as part of our ongoing project is on Monterey Street. You've seen some intermittent activity on Monterey Street from Santa Rosa all the way up to California Boulevard. During these times of construction, we do expect there'll be some travel delays and some lane shifts. And so for more information, you can go to the Slow in Motion website, or you can, for specific information, you can reach out by email at slowinmotion@slowcity.org, or reach out to us at 783-7887. And our website is slowcity.org/slowinmotion. Next to another project underway is our Higuera Complete Streets project. You may recall that this is a grant-funded effort that's moving forward. Last year, staff held several public workshops, neighborhood pop-ups, and presentations to the Active Transportation Committee on initial design concepts. Based on the public input thus far, staff is working to refine the designs and update the traffic study. These traffic studies are important to really realize and support any sort of engineering. This work also includes working with Caltrans to see what improvements can be made over the Madonna overpass of US 101 to provide some connectivity to that Class 1 bike path. Once this work is complete, staff will hold another round of public input, including early spring 2024, an Active Transportation Committee meeting, late spring 2024, another public workshop to review final concepts in the vicinity of Chumash Village and other stakeholders. And then we expect approval is expected to come back to the council in fall of 2024 with full construction starting in early 2025. Now shifting to transit, an update on slow transit. On Monday, February 5th, we launched our K-12 discounted pass pilot program. This is based on the council's approval at the last meeting. A news release was provided, and in addition to social media blasts starting last Friday. Staff updated the slow transit webpage. We've provided promotional flyers, and onboard bus advertising is in development and will be distributed over the next couple of weeks. These discounted one-ride fares can be paid for on the bus or through the Token Transit app, and discounted 15 ride passes can be purchased by the Token Transit app at the city's finance department or counter. Now shifting to parking, parking program update, a quick look at the January 2024 parking sessions. Overall sessions are up 20% compared to last January. In January 2024, on-street sessions accounted for 54% of overall sessions and structures 46%. On-street sessions saw an increase by about 40% compared to last January, where structures saw an increase in about 4% compared to last January. As a reminder, the council and the community are invited for public participation in a parking rate study. And so the community meeting is scheduled for February 13th at the SLO Library from 6 to 8 p.m. The virtual meeting on February 14th. What a great night to spend your great day to spend your Valentine from noon to 1. And then an online survey will be developed and will be live in the next few weeks and will be open for approximately 4 weeks. Quickly, I'll just want to share just a little bit of surprise and delight. This is an item that came out of our utilities strategic plan to really do some specific branding. Perhaps you'll see the new infrastructure art, and I want to thank the utilities department and Pierre Rademacher, who did the design to create a stormwater maintenance cover that reflects our local environment. It replaces some of our older generic steel covers with the design that promotes protection of our creeks and highlights our local steelhead population. Overall, 30 covers have been installed to date, with more to come. Moving next, hopefully many of you will have a chance to join us for the Lunar New Year this Saturday, February 10th. We're excited to be partnering with Carson Butler Events to bring the community the Lunar New Year block party from 11 to 7 p.m. This is in coordination through the Office of Economic Development and Tourism. The city is invested in direct funding as well as in-kind support for the event. Mayor Stewart will read a proclamation during the opening ceremony at 2 p.m., which will be followed by education, inspirational, and celebratory programming and festivities. The road will be closed additionally from 5 to 7 p.m. and then SLO's first ever drone show will happen that night, and all are invited to this family-friendly event to learn more about the SLO's Chinese heritage and connect the community in celebrating Lunar New Year 2024, the Year of the Dragon. I want to just share a couple more items, and I know I'm going long tonight, but we've got a lot of items to share. We've got an Eat Local bonus program. I did sell out this year. As a reminder, this program rewards diners for eating in local by spending $100 at eateries in SLO and getting a $25 gift card. From January 2nd through January 30th, a fantastic team from the SLO Chamber qualified 2,000 shoppers and reviewed nearly 5,000 receipts, and spending for this program reached nearly $256,000. With the city's initial investment of $50,000 in gift cards, eateries in SLO, and an incentive in the Dine Local program, the total spending was approximately just a little more than $300,000. So on the heels of the successful Buy Local bonus program, which infused nearly $950,000, the total is that these two programs helped induce spending of roughly about $1.25 million during the holiday season. Now shifting to our community academy, we had a fantastic turnout for our 2024 academy. We had nearly 50 applications in 48 hours. We're thrilled. I want to provide the schedule. I think I misspoke at the last meeting. We do have a firm schedule that's been in place for the 6 sessions for the community members. We'll be notifying the first 35 applicants who have applied for the community academy of their acceptance. We have established a significant wait list. I would like to thank everyone who did take the chance to apply, and I'd like to remind everyone that the Community Academy is held every other year. If you were not among the first 35 to apply in 2024 and you're interested in participating in the Community Academy, we encourage you to stay connected by signing up for the e-notification to receive updates about future academies, community events, or other ways to get involved in the city. Next, and this is my last slide, I just want to thank our field crews and our entire Department Operating Center for their sustained response related to the atmospheric rivers. Our field crews responded to over 63 incidents and mitigated all hazards. 45 of the incidents were tree-related, and follow-up is needed on 13 sites. We did inspect the San Luis ranch trees, and we did not notice any observable changes during or after the storms. We also inspected the Rigetti Ranch hillside, in addition to inspecting the Pismo hillside as well. And so there was a variety of responses that our teams needed to undertake during the nearly 40 hours of rain and wind and cleanup. I just want to thank all of our public works for all that response. And with that, Madam Mayor, that completes my report.
Wow, thank you. That was a lot of information, but it was all very, very important information, so thank you. And I do want to also echo the thanks to our public works staff and so much of our staff when it comes to storm recovery. Many of us are in our beds or on our couches and thrilled that we have the safety of our homes, and not everyone gets to have that benefit. Obviously, people who are unhoused, but also knowing that it's because of our staff that we get to have that security. So thank you so much. All right, moving on to questions. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. A lot of celebrations embedded in there. I wanted to circle back to the pro-housing designation, and I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about how that designation is going to help with the production of affordable housing.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Francis, really what this provides us is the ability to really score higher on many different grant applications and grant programs to the state of California. The state really recognizes through the variety of different programs that the city established and being awarded this designation that we have essentially greased the skids, so to speak, to produce affordable housing. And then in doing so, they want to put us at the front of the list when it comes to competing for grants, tax credits, and other different programs.
Thank you for that. And I also appreciated you mentioning Shower the People. I know that they are constantly in need of more volunteers. There's more demand than there are volunteers signing up. So I would encourage anybody out here who's interested in volunteering with the organization. They're wonderful to work with, and the volunteer shifts are quite short and really fulfilling. And I think that was it for my questions for now. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, Councilmember Francis stole my thunder a little bit. I wanted to circle back to Shower the People as well, just because they are a nonprofit organization and they do such an important service to bring people out of the shadows of their encampments into a location where they can get other services too. They often partner with lots of other service providers to get nurses and medical care at their shower locations, and food support, and get people connected with health insurance. And so they just really do a valuable service to our community, and just really, really appreciate all they do.
Thank you so much. Well, without further ado, we move forward to the consent agenda, public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So again, if you have not turned in a public speaking slip of paper to our city clerk, please do that now. If this is for items that are on the agenda later, i.e. our budget or the campaign conversation, that will be a little bit later. So moving forward, city clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we have 11. Okay.
And on Zoom as well?
Total.
Great, thank you.
Okay, our first speaker.
And wait, sorry. And because we have a lot of items to go through today, as well as a lot of speakers, we're going to do 2-minute public comment versus 3 minutes. So I know some of you kind of plan on that. And so just kind of, if you want to take some time to adjust your speeches, feel free.
Okay. So our first speaker is Kerr Smith, then Scott Thompson, and then Alyssa Davantier. One second.
Good evening. My name is Kerr Smith. Thanks for the
oh yeah, you got it.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of San Luis Ranch development, and I'm here to express my concerns about the eucalyptus trees on the northern end of the development. I'm specifically talking, there's over 300 trees there. I'm specifically talking about the 80 that line our development and the threat that they pose. These things are huge. We all know this. The wind that comes out of the Los Osos area in that corridor is just beating these trees. The amount of rain that we have been getting every winter, it's just a recipe for disaster. This storm this weekend that we all went through is a perfect example of what can happen here. I know it was a little extreme, but just imagine being in your home with a 175-foot eucalyptus tree overhanging your house and it shaking violently 50 feet in every direction for 48 hours. I don't have to tell you, looking up at this thing, my wife and I were absolutely terrified. My wife's anxiety got to the point where I suggested that we move to a hotel for the weekend and wait the storm out. So that's what we did. I don't feel anybody should have to leave their home for something like this. It's a deep concern for the residents in our community. You're going to be receiving an Arbus report relatively soon. I know that you're going to be basing a lot of your decisions on that. And I think the criteria as it stands is to take down a tree if it's deemed unhealthy. I'm asking you to consider additional criteria when you make these decisions, in that if there is life or property within the fall radius of one of these trees, consider taking it down. Let's be proactive here. I don't have to tell you, there are a lot of people that are pretty terrified of the trees. They are just way, way too close to our homes. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Scott Thompson, Alyssa Daventier, Kyle Sweeney.
So 2 minutes is going to be hard.
Sorry about that.
I rise today to speak regarding the ongoing conflict in Israel and Palestine, which will enter into its 5th month tomorrow. I'm aware that this is a sensitive, emotional, and divisive issue for many members of our community, and that foreign affairs are normally outside the purview of the City Council. However, in March 2022, the Council passed Resolution 11314 in support of Ukraine after the invasion by Russia, so I believe that there is precedent for this issue to be addressed. I'm also aware that there is very little I can say that will influence a decision by the council. So I would like to read a poem by Rafat Al-Arir. Prior to October 7th, Rafat was a professor at a university in Gaza, as well as an author and a poet. He gave a TED Talk regarding the importance of family stories and oral history that is available on YouTube, and I've sent a link to it to the council's email. Rafat's poem was published on social media on November 1st of last year and is titled, "If I Must Die." If I must die, you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale. Rafat Al-Arir was killed in an airstrike by the Israeli Defense Forces on December 6th, along with his brother's son, his sister, and her 3 children. Since October 7th, fatalities in Gaza amount to at least 27,000. This equates to the death of over 1 in every 100 Gaza residents, and the threat of starvation and unsanitary conditions will likely increase this total substantially. Again, I encourage the board to consider passing a resolution endorsing a ceasefire to allow the distribution of food, water, medical supplies, and other humanitarian aid, and to confirm the sanctity of both Palestinian and Israeli lives lost in this conflict. In memory of Rafat Al-Arir, I would also like them to consider what they want their own story to be when it is told. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't give the guidelines ahead of time. I apologize. Some of you may be new to the room. I'll just go ahead and do those before you start, so sorry. What we do is if we agree and you want to say ditto or agree, we do with a silent, the ASL applause. And if you disagree, you can feel free to do the boo sign, but not out loud, sorry. And then also just kind of going over the highlights. We listen first, we respect different opinions, show courtesy, criticize constructively, and debate the policy, not the person. Thank you so much for waiting for that.
Hello, council members and Mayor Stewart. I came to you a few weeks ago asking you to pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza, stating my concerns as a healthcare professional and public health professional. I come here to you tonight with more urgency. Horror stories continue to flow out of Gaza. I can't even comprehend the things I hear. Each and every tax-paying citizen in the US, like it or not, is funding the bombs and bullets that harm Palestinians. I'm not okay with that. You urge us to bring our concerns to our federal representatives. Nearly every day for the past several months, I have contacted them. I even went to Salud Carvajal's town hall. Nothing's changed. Our voices are not being heard at the federal level. Even though the majority of Americans support a ceasefire in Gaza, our representatives fail to represent us. A ceasefire resolution at the local level will send a message to state and federal levels to act. This bottoms-up grassroots strategy is common in responding to crises. As mentioned before, the City Council has a history of addressing concerns playing out beyond our local level. It's hard for me to understand or accept why we would not do the same in this instance when the number of children and civilians killed is so high in such a short amount of time. I know that city voters want to see our local officials stand for peace and justice. I know that our beautiful Palestinian and Arab American communities deserve to have their voices heard and their humanity affirmed by their local leaders. Israel's military is now planning a ground invasion in Rafah, where most Gazans have been displaced to at the direction of the IDF. If this is allowed to happen, it will be catastrophic. We are asking you to do what you can to end the massacres, the pogrom, or what so many experts are calling a genocide, and call for a ceasefire immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kyle Swayze, then Deanna Hahn, and then Ashraf.
Hello, council members. Thank you for spending this time to listen directly to the voices, concerns, and requests of your constituents. My name is Kyle Swayze, and I have been a resident of San Luis Obispo since I was born, and have been lucky enough to call it home for my entire life. I've worked as a lifeguard, harbor patrolman, waiter, teacher, small business owner, and arborist currently here in San Luis Obispo County. It is as a citizen and resident of a home that I love that I come forward to you today to request action in the name of the residents and citizens of Gaza. As of last night, 100,000 Palestinians have been either killed, wounded, or are missing in Gaza. Among them, Rafat al-Arir, the poet, and hundreds of children, women, and men. Many of them likely still buried in their own homes. This is more than the entire population of San Luis Obispo. Imagine everyone you know in our little city having been hit or killed by bombs or gunfire. Neighborhoods razed to the ground. This is not a war. It is the very definition of genocide, as was determined by the International Criminal Court. A majority of Americans, over 61%, support a ceasefire because it is the only human thing one can call for at this point. As the bodies pile up in the Gaza Strip, we citizens look to our representatives to make our voice known. The moral choice is clear. The only thing left is to decide whether to bravely call for an end to genocide or to continue to watch silently as a nation of people suffer the weight of US-funded bombardment. In the same way that we spoke about global warming and how it is not necessarily our fault as a city, but we still take the initiative as a city to push the needle in the right direction toward a healthy environment for all, this unfolding genocide is similarly a call to action to push the needle in the right direction towards a more peaceful planet. I ask that we all recognize our part in the problem and let that galvanize us to action.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Deanna Ha, and then Ashraf, and then we will be going to the online.
Hi, my name is Dina, and I know we have an ongoing homeless crisis. Just walking from the parking lot to here, you see tents and encampments and in the cold, in the rain. Well, imagine if all of that can be solved if we called for a ceasefire, stopped funding a genocide, and take back the millions and billions of tax dollars that we spend on weapons to go and massacre and kill innocent civilians in Gaza every single day. If we stand up against this, imagine Imagine what we could do for the billions and billions of dollars that will be given back to us taxpayers. We wouldn't have a homeless crisis anymore. We wouldn't have to deal with the inflation. We wouldn't have to deal with families struggling to put meals on their table. So I beg you to stand up and call for a ceasefire and ask our government to stop funding a genocide, because we as Americans are not okay with this. Every single day we say, okay, it's gonna get better. It gets worse. It gets worse every single day. Those images that we see every single day, they're shattering us. They're devastating. People are dying, just like they said, they're under the rubble, and we just sit back and we're okay with that. We're not okay as citizens. If our elected politicians are okay with it, we beg you to please stand up and say, we're not okay with this. We've called, we've begged, we've pleaded, we've protested. They failed to call us back. They failed to hear our voices. If you go on social media, the IDF, the Israeli soldiers, are causing a genocide and they're bragging about it. Just yesterday, I saw a horrible image and we're okay with it. I thought we were taught to stand up against something like the Holocaust. So why are we okay with creating a Holocaust right now? But if it's against the Palestinians, we're okay with it. We're human too. So please stand up and tell our elected officials to stop funding a genocide and call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for listening to us. And I echo the same concerns of the group here. Well, whether maybe a lot of you are here to learn about the situation of infrastructure and facilities and services, and I'm going to be along the same lines here. So I have some numbers for you from Gaza. And over 360,000 units, residential units, have been destroyed by Israel since they started their attack 4 months ago. And we have 386 educational facilities damaged, including all 5 universities razed to earth, basically by Israel. Universities razed to earth, schools destroyed, bombarded, including those inside the schools, lots of people who have been taking shelter in those schools, bombarded inside those schools. And by the way, just to give you some historical background and context, 75% of the population of Gaza are already refugees from the 1948 war that created Israel. Basically, they were kicked out of their homes in what became Israel, and they took refuge in Gaza, and that was not enough for Israel. So they're also chasing them in their kind of new, their new life that they tried to build. And 221 places of worship have been destroyed, including, I'm looking at these historic buildings here in this room, including 2,000 years old churches, 3 churches that have been there before well, just after Jesus Christ was kicked out of Palestine, basically, or like crucified, and before the arrival of Islam, before anything else happened in that area. So those churches bombarded as well by Israeli airstrikes. I can keep going on here. Bakeries destroyed, 122 ambulances bombarded as well by Israeli airstrikes. So like targeted on purpose by Israeli airstrikes. So nothing can really justify this genocide, and nothing can justify our money that is being funneled
Thank you
to
very
fund
much.
that. Thank you very much.
We have moved public comment for the items not on the agenda to the end of the meeting, and we'll go ahead and continue that if people wish to. For at this time, we are going to move on to the consent agenda. So if you have any public comment for items on the consent agenda, this will be your time. If you haven't turned in a public comment slip to the city clerk, please do that now. If you are on Zoom, go ahead and lower your hands. If you have public comment for items that are on the consent agenda only, go ahead and re-raise your hand. Okay. Yes, thank you. But we did have one. Thank you, Vice Mayor. We did have one comment I wanted to make sure that was shared right now from staff around the eucalyptus tree, because there have been quite a few comments that we've received in email. But if you don't, email, you wouldn't necessarily see the response. So I want to make sure you have that now. City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, for just the opportunity to follow up. I just want to invite Director Tway to come up and provide some details about these trees. As she approaches the microphone, I just want to remind the community that these are private trees on private property, and a application has been submitted to remove all 350. We're awaiting a technical report. We have indicated to the owner for these private trees on private property that some trees can be removed, but I'll let Director Tway provide some additional details.
I think City Manager Johnson just summarized almost everything, but yes, we went to the site to meet with the property owners that are concerned, as well as representatives from San Luis Ranch, and looked at the trees, and we are anticipating receiving their request as well as the supporting documentation from the arborists any day now, and we are ready to process whatever application they turn in to remove trees that are either an imminent threat immediately or help them through the process to ask for removal of other trees. So we are working with all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we, Vice Mayor Pease would like to share a few comments as well from public comment that is not finished yet.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank again our speakers who come forward with remarks about the Gaza, the conflict in Palestine and Israel, and just our hearts break with you, and that we continue as individuals to advocate, and so we join you and appreciate the sharing of information and lifting up this horrific situation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. So for the consent agenda, these are typically items that are considered non-controversial items, and so we pull them all together. And I want to make sure that if any of our council colleagues would like to pull any, actually, let me just pause real quick. Do you see Councilmember Marks? Okay, that's okay. Sorry, I just didn't see you for a second. I wanted to make sure I hadn't missed you.
Yes, I do have, I just have one, wait a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I was a little slow there. Yeah, I just had a question on 5F, the Smart Share Housing Solutions, and I wonder who or which agency would be making decisions about who would actually be living there, if we know that at this point.
City Manager.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I see Mr. Hill approaching, and he can provide some details about our partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Marks, for the questions about item 5F regarding the amended and restated exclusive negotiating agreement with Smart Share Housing Solutions. The item before us tonight is really a sort of administrative action, but in terms of more fully understanding the project at hand, the city is the owner of a historic Adobe building on Dana Street that was bequeathed to us as a gift, and we, following this council's direction, have entered into a partnership with Smart Share Housing Solutions, where they're proposing what they call a tiny home village that will surround the Adobe and also provide for the rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of the structure as well. And at this particular point in time, they are just moving through their development application. We anticipate that that application will be moving forward, and we'll be getting into hearings with the Cultural Heritage Committee and Planning Commission in the next several months, as they also go through the environmental review process. At this time, the project, based on the plan submittal, is anticipated to be 100% affordable. We don't know whether they'll be low or very low, what the exact categories there, but it will be 100% affordable. But there's been absolutely no selection of tenants or any sort of offering of these units for rent or for use at this time. So it's definitely, we're not anywhere near that step yet, other than to know that the planned project that's being proposed would be 100% affordable.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure. You're welcome.
And do any of my other colleagues have anything to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it to public comment for items on the agenda, or sorry, on the consent agenda. Any public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you so much. Do I have a motion? Vice Mayor Pease.
I move approval of consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, just a quick comment, and then I'm happy to second. I just wanted to thank the Parks Director and our new partners at Slow Martin and Properties for making a quick pivot to their landscaping plan and implementing the use of some electric appliances and leaf blowers in particular in their landscaping plan for that new agreement. So thank you for that, and I'm happy to second.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting that. It was quite a something I just completely missed in the agenda. So I think all of us were pretty thrilled that you had caught that. So I feel like as we continue to talk about leading by example when it comes to climate change, this is, again, just even a small, simple step. So, all right. So can we have a roll call?
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the consent agenda passes 5-0. Thank you so much. All right, so now we will move to the public hearing and business item, which is 6A, fiscal year 2023 to 24 mid-year budget review. We have a little bit of a change with this one. We'll be going over the presentation, and then at that point, before we get into some of the Broad Street conversation of the presentation, we will be excusing Councilmember Francis in the other room, and then she will return after we have discussed Broad Street. Any other comments you want to add with that?
I will not be able to participate in any discussion around Broad Street this evening due to how close I live to South Broad Street. So I will be stepping out of the room. That's all.
All right, thank you so much. And Emily and Natalie. All right, we can wait a second.
All right. Well, let me just jump right into it. So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your patience as we kind of navigate some issues tonight. So as part of the mid-year presentation, I just want to remind the council the purpose of mid-year. This is part of our financial policies to really provide a mid-year check-in on both our revenues, our expenses, and some of our key major city goal projects and our efforts and our CIP projects. As we have undergone our last couple financial plans, they've been during the time of the specter of the pandemic, or I would say the echo effects of the pandemic and its impacts to the broader macro economy. And then we've seen the local effects here in the Central Coast and here in the city of San Luis Obispo. There are some very bright spots, and I would just say because of the financial management of our staff and our talented finance department and our former budget analyst, Natalie, and the team. And because of, I'd say, some very thoughtful projections and that we've made over the financial plan, we are on track. And as the council knows, because of the audit that we presented at our last meeting in 22-23, we had revenues exceeding projections. And as a result of that, we have the ability to make some one-time investments and repay our reserve quicker than what we anticipated. And as you recall, the city was required to dig into its operating and emergency reserves because of the unprecedented rains in January and in March of 2023. I want to just pause to take a moment to just really say that that's because the city council and councils for generations have really paid adherence to strong financial policies. And these strong financial policies have served us well in both good and difficult financial times. And with the ongoing economic turbulence, they're serving us today to make sure that we stay on track. We are a bright spot, and I think it's because of our disciplined way we approach managing the city's finances. I want to just pause also to take a moment to call out that there is a structural gap in our outer years to be addressed with the supplement. So we have increased some sales tax projections. We've updated our fee revenue forecast, but not to reflect what we believe will be forthcoming in the fee study. We do believe that that structural gap will come down when we make full adjustments, but I just want to caution the council that in future years, earlier tonight we talked about the significant growth in housing and in line with our general plan and our housing element in particular, but we are going to need to make sure that our services keep pace with our growing community. So you'll see when we come back to the council with the supplemental budget in June of 2024 that will provide an updated forecast, but will be also integrated what we believe to be some anticipated expenses specifically related to the 5th Fire Station, additional other public safety resources. We have a whole host of parks and open spaces that we'll be adding. We're adding new roadways into the maintained system, whether it's Orcutt area, San Luis Ranch, Avila Ranch. All of those new roadways need to be incorporated into our maintained system. And so we're going to forecast what those costs are going to be on an ongoing basis. And I anticipate that when we come back in the supplemental budget, we'll do our best to balance that budget out. But as usual, it's going to require some trade-offs. Thinking more broadly, we are seeing some labor pressure, and the council has seen that as we've gone through a series of negotiations with our labor partners and organizations. Those will continue to be a factor as we try to stay competitive in line with our labor relations objectives and our compensation philosophy. I provided some detail about development and population growth, and we'll probably see that as well as we see infill projects. And specifically, we're seeing some of that related to some of the pressures, specifically around some of our water and wastewater, where we're seeing infill projects that exceed the planned capacity. So we didn't anticipate a project of that density, and so we'll continue to be nimble. Overall, I just want to also just caution the council that we will need to do a recalibration of the capital improvement program as part of the supplemental budget. That's largely because we've seen, compound year-over-year double-digit increases in inflation that have far exceeded the pace of growth in revenues. And so we will likely come back to the council in June of 2024 with the same criteria that we use to assemble the capital improvement program in conjunction with the councils and the community's major city goals, and probably need to make some decisions about which projects might be reduced because of inflationary increases. And additionally, we've had to make some adjustments because of the significant impacts from the 2023 floods. We did not anticipate when we put together the capital improvement program that we would see nearly $33 million of additional damage. We expect to see a lot of that ultimately reimbursed by the state of California and the federal government. The timing and amount for that, we are estimating and integrating in our long-term forecast, but that continues to be unknown. We have shifting partners at the federal level, and we're doing our best to try to manage that kind of environment. Additionally, I just want to note that all of that will be done in alignment with our major city goals, balancing out those major city goals, which are the communities and council's aspirations, understanding that there's going to be some projects that we need to build because those projects are imperative to the basic health and safety of our community. Lastly, I'll focus on just continued market economic employment turbulence. So we continue to see the reverberations related to supply chains and labor issues. Right now, I'm happy to say that we're just under 10% vacancy rate at the city, which is far better than we see in some of the surrounding agencies. Nevertheless, it's something that we need to be vigilant of and make sure that we keep our compensation and our benefits at a competitive rate, and also understand we're going to require the community's patience when, for example, right now we have a limited number of contractors that have availability to do many of the projects that we want to undertake. Lastly, I just want to focus this on council is that discipline and focus is going to be very important. Disciplined people, disciplined thought, disciplined action. We can do anything. We just can't do everything at once. And so tonight we'll provide an overview and an update of what's in progress. And then we've got some requests from the community tonight that I'm sure you'll hear from speakers. Both Ms. Jackson and Ms. Harnett are going to provide a presentation. We have a planned pause as part of the presentation to take both public comment and question, and then we'll dig into some additional details after Councilmember Francis makes known her conflict related to the community's request related to Broad Street. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Thank you, Derek. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay, here we go. So the recommendation tonight is partial review and file of the fiscal year 24 mid-year quarterly budget report. That is our second quarter of the year. And additionally, we have a draft resolution to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Luis Obispo, California, approving amendments to the fiscal year 23-24 budget amendments, which are listed in the report. So just as a reminder, this marks our first 6-month check-in with Council during the 23-25 financial plan. And in accordance with our budget policy, the Council will formally review the city's fiscal condition and amend appropriations if necessary 6 months after the beginning of the year. The presentation is broken up into 4 sections. I'll try and keep it fairly brief, but we have a review of the Q2 general fund financials, as well as an overview of our budget recommendations, the city's 4 enterprise funds, and lastly, a CIP and major city goal update. So first, taking a look at general fund revenue, overall, most of our revenues are on track with the projections, and we do have some positive adjustments to the budget. Those are mostly in the areas of property tax. As a reminder, most of our tax revenue lags by about a month, which is why the amounts listed on this table are less than 50%. Overall, while some of the sales tax categories did see some modest declines in the first quarter, this is the same trends that are seen all across California. In fact, overall, SLO outperformed much of the state, especially in categories such as autos and transportation. TOT, which is our transient occupancy tax, is marginally below where we were at last year. However, we're still on track with our budget projections, which did assume a lower budget than last year's actual. As I mentioned before, property tax has been adjusted upward. That's based on the county's provided estimates that they gave us a couple months ago. And fees for service are also on track. That number is trending high, mainly due to investment income and our fair market value adjustments, which can be somewhat volatile. So that explains the increase of about $858,000 there. Looking at expenditures, expenditures are also on track for the general fund. The city assumes a 3% assumption of salary savings in our forecast. Right now we're at about 3.2%, so this is slightly above our assumption, but we do expect that to be a little higher in the beginning of the year before various step increases and whatnot that happen through the remainder of the year. Overtime is trending a bit high in police and fire. This is also pretty normal, and we know that it will be offset by some savings in regular salaries as well as mutual aid reimbursement, which comes in as revenue. In the non-staffing categories, those are on track, keeping in mind that both contract services and some of our other operating expenditures include annual purchase orders that are set up in the beginning of the year, other things that are paid once per year, and therefore it can be a little bit lumpy. Utilities are on track. We did increase our budget for all of our utilities quite a bit with the financial plan to account for the rate increases, but we will be keeping an eye on this, especially electricity, as we know those rates are going up again. So looking at trends and the updated forecast assumptions, we did include a revised forecast in the mid-year budget. However, it's not a comprehensive update. So to avoid completely redoing the budget every 6 months, we do want to make some adjustments when we know that they're either highly likely to happen or have a significant impact, but we did not go through and update every single line item. So that's what Derek was mentioning earlier. Some of the things we did update: the storm assumptions based on our year-to-date spending. We also updated the CalPERS unfunded liability assumptions based on the 2023 actuarial assessment, which was done in May. We increased some of our tax revenue projections, such as property tax and UUT, but some of the things that we didn't update include sales tax projections. We did recently receive some updated projections from our consultant, and they are favorable. However, we'll have a lot more confidence in those numbers after we receive our Q4 results. Additionally, we have our user fee study, which is going to be wrapping up this spring, and that could impact some of our fee projections as well. On the expenditure side, I think Derek covered them pretty well earlier, but these are things that need to be analyzed more in depth and factored into the forecast, including the CIP imbalances and some of those core service growth associated expenditures. Based on the things that did change, we are showing that imbalance in the forecast starting in fiscal year 2027. However, this is not a reason to sound any alarm bells at the moment. It's simply to display what the forecast looks at this moment. And we will return to council with a balanced forecast with the supplemental budget. Next, we'll go through the proposed budget recommendations for the general fund. Unlike some of our recent mid-year reviews, there are no significant operating or ongoing budget changes recommended. This is just recommended use of the unassigned fund balance from last year. So that's a more typical action that we take at mid. Unassigned fund balance is generally due to revenues exceeding expenditures based on the audited financials. One thing that I did want to note is fiscal year 23 was actually the second year of the financial plan, meaning that there wasn't any city manager approved carryover. So that tends to increase that unassigned fund balance a bit because any unspent expenditure budget goes back to fund balance. So what can the balance be used for? Per the city's policies, the balance is considered one time and should only be used for one-time expenditures. There are 3 things that we have it earmarked for prioritization for in our policy, and those are additional discretionary payments to CalPERS, infrastructure investments, emerging health and safety needs of the community. As you'll see on the next couple slides, staff are recommending that the majority of it go towards item B, which is the infrastructure investments. And I'll explain the strategy behind that in just a little bit. So for the general fund unassigned balance, on the left is a screenshot from the ACFR. And it shows that the general fund has a total fund balance of approximately $42 million. Most of this is assigned for some purpose, the majority of which is the reserve. 8.2 is the unassigned amount, which is available for appropriation. Although not budgeted, we do have an assigned line in there for $2 million, and this is to make an additional payment to CalPERS, assuming there is available fund balance. Given that there is available fund balance, we do recommend making that full $2 million payment in addition to about a $400,000 contribution from the enterprise funds, so that is being recommended. This will help us pay down our unfunded pension liabilities sooner. To date, the city has made over $18 million in additional discretionary payments to CalPERS, so that'll increase that amount to about $21 million. Of the remaining, so the 8.275, we recommend taking action on 4.5 million of it here today, and then leaving the 3.8 in the general fund with the plan to allocate it during a future budget cycle once we know that our reserve is replenished. Included in the 4.5 is 4 million towards the Infrastructure Investment Fund, or as we call it, the IIF, about 250 towards critical operational needs, and 220,000 towards public art. The reason for investment into the IIF is to help smooth the cost of some very expensive projects that we know are coming down the line, such as the Prado Bridge and Overpass. It's also worth noting that we did recently dip into the IIF to help support the acquisition of 1166 Higuera, with the plan of replenishing that with this one-time balance at mid-year. The local revenue measure is a sub-fund of the general fund, and it is listed in the committed balance, but it is a different balance along with 8.2. So based on the audited financials, it has an unassigned fund balance of approximately 3.8 million. Staff have identified multiple critical projects that need additional funding, including about 2 million for arterial road work or paving, 750,000 for storm drain replacement, 600,000 for additional storm projects, in addition to some smaller investments in public safety, end-of-life vehicles, and future parks. All of these recommendations align with the LRM priorities, which were set by the community, and they were reviewed by the city's Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission and are supported. Lastly, there are several budget recommendations from other funding sources. The biggest one is the recommended use of 1.9 million of our capital reserve. This is in response to the Rigetti Hillside slope failure that occurred last January 2023. Responsibility for this project is currently under dispute, but the city's #1 concern is to make sure that the work gets done now in order to address the risk to the properties below it. So this budget request provides funding to do the work, and then with potential reimbursement sought later. There's also a request to allocate 33,000 of the IT replacement fund for some EnerGov updates and a reallocation of about $680,000 from various completed projects or projects that are expected to be completed below budget. Okay, so as you saw in the last 2 slides, majority of the unassigned balance is being recommended to invest into infrastructure projects or into the IIF. One of the questions we've gotten is why not put more than the 2 million into CalPERS? And we feel that the answer is twofold, but ultimately the investment into capital is a better return on investment. The first being that inflation has severely impacted the city's capital improvement plan and our planned projects. This table, it was included in the report, but I just put it in the presentation to give you a sense of how the costs have escalated. While most people aren't purchasing tons of hot mix or utility collars on a regular basis, even just looking at like an everyday household item like eggs, which have increased over 60% from 2019 to 2023. So our material and labor costs have increased similarly for our projects, meaning that they're now, in some cases, millions more than we initially planned. So if we don't allocate the additional budget, what happens is that we would need to pull money from other projects or simply not do the projects or reprioritize. So ultimately, if we can continue to fund as many projects as possible, that is better for our community and for the economy because we can get those dollars circulating now, as opposed to waiting to do the projects later when they are more expensive. The second piece is that there is an advantage to putting some of the funds into the Infrastructure Investment Fund because we know that we will need them later, and it keeps the funds liquid now in case of an emergency while the general fund reserve is being utilized for the storm work. So those are the 2 main reasons. I will pass it over to Emily to bring you through the enterprise funds and wrap it up.
Great, thank you, Natalie. So happy to report this evening that the status of the enterprise funds is largely in line with that of the general fund. Overall revenues and expenditures are generally on track, but I'll go through each of the 4 enterprise funds here quickly. So within the water fund, revenues and expense both on track despite some pretty significant changes to utility costs that we're seeing across the board, and we've talked about in a lot of prior quarterly budget updates, as well as just the kind of fluctuation in terms of debt proceeds coming into the fund for upgrade or the energy efficiency project at the water treatment plant. The forecast, the forecast moving forward includes recommendations to fund one-time allocations for critical needs. These are things that address regulatory issues as well as employee safety issues. And with the fire hydrant expenses, that's a recommended reimbursement to the general fund from the water fund, as state law recently passed enables water funds to pay for fire hydrant maintenance. In addition, on this slide, we've included, I think, what's a really helpful graphic that demonstrates that water conservation strategies do in fact work. Our water demand over the years has remained relatively consistent despite a considerable growth in our population. On the sewer side of things, a very similar story to what's happening in the water fund. Both revenues and expenditures continue to be on track. As you're all aware, on July 1st of last year, sewer rates were increased by 4%, but that's largely offset by a reduction in the default sewer cap for customers, as well as an incredibly wet winter last year, which caused us some costs on the other side of things, but ultimately saved ratepayers as they were having to use less water to irrigate their properties. In addition to that, just in terms of highlights, is that staff continues to pursue grant funding for projects related to the upgrade and efficiency projects with the wharf project. And then again, the forecast is of course severely impacted by inflation in chemical and electric costs. There was agenda correspondence routed earlier today to address some questions that we received, and hopefully that provided some clarity on the electricity rates and the difference between what PG&E customers are seeing and what CCA customers are seeing. In terms of mid-year recommendations for this fund, one-time allocations again for regulatory and safety needs, the arc flash survey in both the sewer fund as well as the water fund are to fund consultant costs to identify a means for increasing safety for our employees working at both the water treatment plant and the wharf, and then the sewer inflow and infiltration reduction, SOBC, provides additional funding for a number of different projects to help with that program. On the parking fund side of things, we've talked quite a bit about the parking fund in recent months. I'm happy to say that revenue and expenditures are on track with budget, factoring in adjustments made by your council for operational changes back in November. That includes Sundays, free parking on Sundays, as well as the first hour free. So even despite those changes and with relaxed enforcement that we saw over the holidays, revenues are performing as we would have expected, and especially in line with our revised forecast. There are a handful of expenditure lines that are over budget due to higher merchant fees. We have a recommendation for your council this evening to increase the budget for credit card merchant fees. As you know, we've transitioned payment for parking, especially in the downtown area, but other areas of the community, to either online through an app or credit card machines, no longer using coin. And so what that means is that we pay more in processing fees. And as we note in the the staff report as well as this presentation. I want to highlight that, of course, we do have the upcoming fee study for parking, and we're factoring in all of the costs within the parking fund so that we can hopefully recoup some of the costs as well as provide hopefully some rate relief to our customers. On the salary side of things, we expect that there will be some vacancies throughout the remainder of the fiscal year just to general turnover, and we expect that some of the salary savings will help to offset some of the variances in other expenditure line items. Despite the fact that we've updated the forecast a number of times this fiscal year, it is at this point stable based on our current assumptions and planned rate increases, and we expect that with the supplement we'll again update it depending upon where the rate study lands. In addition, on the parking fund, I want to note, and I'll note again on you'll see this on the transit side of things. As you're aware, the Public Works Department recently underwent a mini reorganization of some of the mobility services programs, including parking, transit, and active transportation. The positions were moved at the point of the reorganization, but the budget wasn't moved around, and so there are some mid-year recommendations both in the parking fund and general fund and transit fund to kind of true up those to make sure that those funds are each paying their fair share of the costs of the newly created mobility services division. And then on the transit fund side of things, of course, the largest source of funding for the transit fund is federal funding. Use of federal funding is heavily restricted to transit activities, which is part of the reason that we're bringing the true up of the mobility services division budget side of things to your council this evening, so that we're making sure again that each fund is paying their fair share and not overpaying. Aside from that, revenue it continues to be on track. As you're aware, the city was able to secure $12.4 million in ARPA funding. It's split evenly over 3 years. At this point, it looks like revenue is underperforming, but that's simply because we haven't done the federal drawdown, and we expect that we will, of course, do that by the end of the year, and the fund will end in a good spot on the revenue side of things. There's some variances, as there are in all funds on the expenditure side of things, but overall we expect the fund to be on track on the expenditure side of the equation. And just a note that we will be extending the contract for transit operations and maintenance with Transdev, our transit operator, for an additional 2 years, as well as beginning negotiations with Cal Poly for a service agreement with them. And those will be factored into the forecast with the budget supplement as well. And then a bit of happy news, and I believe council is already aware of this, is that we have 6 additional electric buses on the way. So we're making good progress, and that helps not only to address some of our climate action goals, but also address a pretty old fleet of buses that we have. So we're making our way through that. So again, reallocation of mobility services positions to better align and match up with how people are actually spending their time, making sure, again, that federal transit dollars are only paying for transit activities, and then a minor reallocation of funding to continue funding temporary staff to ensure adequate turnover and training for our new business services manager in mobility. Wrapping up here with a couple of slides, we typically include an update on where we are with capital projects, and so there's been quite a bit of work done. I think everybody can see all of the work that's happening no matter where you go in the city at this point. There's been a number of completed projects in the last quarter, and a number of really major projects that still or began construction, including the wharf and the Cultural Arts District parking structure, North Choro Greenway, and our 2023 arterial street project. Of note, we continue to work through all of the storm damage, and we've recently completed 2 really major storm-related projects with the Johnson Avenue Creek Bank stabilization and San Luis Drive Creek Bank repairs and retaining wall, for which we had a ribbon cutting ceremony just recently. And we continue to work with FEMA and Cal OES to try and secure reimbursement for costs associated with that. Understanding that we have probably quite a bit of discussion and public comment ahead of us with Broad Street, we weren't planning to include a presented storm update as we have in prior quarters, but there is one included in the report, and we're certainly available if there are questions on where we are with storm projects. And then finally, the report always includes an update on where we are in achieving the tasks and initiatives identified through your council's identified major city goals. I'm happy to report that there are 4 major city goal tasks that have been completed so far this year. There's a number that we expect to have completed, additional project or tasks that we expect to have completed by the end of this fiscal year, and then sort of in alignment and also outside of specific major city goal tasks, there's a number of things that we should all be proud of. Of course, we began construction of the Cultural Arts District parking structure. That's been about 30 years in the making, I believe. And there's been a number of other items related specifically to major city goal tasks, everything from economic development to DEI, community service officer program, which I believe is now fully staffed, as well as a number of parks maintenance, tree maintenance projects that have continued to happen, and strategic plans to kind of identify a path forward and how our individual departments and organization moves forward. So like Natalie said when she kicked things off, and like City Manager Johnson also noted, we were halfway through the year, but there's a lot left to be done on the budget side of things. We expect that the budget supplement for 24-25, which will be formally presented to your council in June, will, as it is always, be a true up of for the second year of our current financial plan. We plan at that point, as Natalie noted, to make several updates to the forecast to factor in all of the things that we expect to come our way in the next 5 years that we haven't programmed in on the expenditure side of things, but we also plan to make some revenue adjustments based upon latest information from our sales tax consultant, as well as the outcome of the user fee study, which will be before your council in March. And we expect that will change things on the revenue side of things as well. In addition, as Derek noted, we expect to adjust the capital improvement plan to better align our resources with the projects that we can reasonably accomplish. And so when we look at May and June, those will be busy budget months, both with the upcoming third quarter report and a bit of a draft and a preview of what our recommendations will likely be for the 24-25 budget supplement, which will then be presented in June of this year. And then shortly after that, we will get ready to start working on our next financial plan. So at this point, that concludes the bulk of the presentation. The recommendations are up on this slide. Natalie went through them. And at this point, it would be appropriate for questions and answers on what we've just presented. And then we can move on to any discussion and public comment related to Broad Street.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of information packed into this mid-year budget, and the reminder that we're about to do it all over again for the next 2 years. So thank you for that. Do we have any initial questions from my council members? Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. Yes, the team responded to a lot of my questions in agenda correspondence, so I appreciate that in advance. I did just have one additional question, something that I noticed today in looking through the unassigned fund balance recommendations related to repayment of the Infrastructure Investment Fund for 1166 Higuera. I noticed that the recommendation is to reimburse the Infrastructure Investment Fund $4 million, but the total purchase price, I believe, of 1166 was 4.8 million. So just wanted to clarify, my understanding back when we did this was that that we would be loaning the parking fund, basically the money to purchase the property, and then obviously we're reimbursing $4 million of it out of the infrastructure investment fund right now. But is the loan that we're loaning ourselves from fund to fund for the full 4.8 million? Just curious about the discrepancy between the purchase price and the $4 million that's recommended right now.
Sure. So you're correct. The purchase and then improvements for 1166 Higuera was in the $4.8 million range. At this point, given a number of other needs that we have, the determination was made to recommend a partial reimbursement of the Infrastructure Investment Fund so that that fund would be made close to whole so that it would be able to fund some of the other projects that have always been intended to be funded out of it. It's not a full reimbursement at this point, but that's on the horizon, and this gets us the bulk of the way there. But we had to weigh and balance kind of full reimbursement with all of the other requests before us tonight. But that's still, yeah. And the other 8 is in year 2.
Got it. So okay, I think that more or less answers my question. The plan is still for the loan payments to be for the full amount as long as it remains a parking asset, right?
Correct. So the way that will work is that we have a plan to make the Infrastructure Investment Fund whole, and then the debt that the parking fund has incurred will be paid back to the general fund.
Okay.
To reimburse the general fund for what it gave to the Infrastructure Investment Fund.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for taking all the time in the 221 to go over all of the questions. Is incredibly helpful. Appreciating that FEMA is a moving target, as you talked about. There's been a lot of changes at the federal level with folks that you're working with. I was wondering if you could tell us what assumptions are being made about when the timing of FEMA reimbursements and how much is being factored into future year's budget, knowing that is subject to change depending on timing.
Sure. So yeah, it's all subject to timing, both on the expenditure side of things, how quickly we're able to address these projects, just given, staffing, cost constraints, but also on the reimbursement side of things, and when we actually get reimbursement back in order to not only repay the operating reserve, but also fund additional storm projects. So the estimate has always been and continues to be, and we actually just had a call with our consultant at EY who's providing our disaster recovery technical assistance, and checked in again with him on this today, is that we still expect that we will receive reimbursement for projects within 12 months of submittal. So we have submitted about 15 projects at this point. They are in various stages of the FEMA review process. The earliest ones were submitted back in the beginning of October. So we would expect that the earliest we would see reimbursement of those would be October of this year. There are also a number of projects that we have submitted that have been kicked back to us for additional information. I think, like I've reported on previously, we're continuing to see some turnover in who we're partnering with at FEMA and at Cal OES, and we continue to get some variability in the information and the guidance that we're provided. And so we submit projects, think that they're ready to go, and some of them get kicked back for additional information. We have a time frame in which we need to respond to those requests, and so we're continuing to work that through. But the plan and the expectation still remains that we should see reimbursement within 12 months. We have a number of projects that are currently sitting with EY for final review before we submit them to FEMA, and so we expect that in fiscal year 24-25 is when we will start getting reimbursement. We had initially hoped that we would see some reimbursement in the current fiscal year, but just given how the timeline has worked and some of the back and forth we've had to have with FEMA and the turnover, it's been, we've moved it out in the long-term forecast and don't expect to see that. We're not factoring that in until 24-25.
Appreciate that. And do we have a ballpark on the submitted and accepted projects, the total amount that has already been accepted by FEMA?
Yeah, so they are currently reviewing 15 projects. Those are about in total, those are smaller projects. Those are the easier ones to submit. And those total about $1 million. We have 9 that are sitting with EY right now, and those total about $6.5 million. The remainder, the delta between the total projected cost of $35.6 million included in the report and those $2 amounts is just projects that are in progress. And we feel like we don't have enough information to submit those at this point. We are able to submit them, but our approach and our goal has been to submit as complete information as possible to minimize, again, the back and forth with FEMA and Cal OES.
So our assumption for the 24-25, I believe, what are we expecting to get in the budget currently? What did we factor in there?
It's about 8.7 million. It would be the 93.5% of what we have spent. So we have already spent that amount. Obviously, we're at about 10.34 million, and I think we're still getting a handful of invoices on San Luis Drive, but it's going to continue to be a moving target, and we'll likely update our reimbursement expectations with supplement, assuming that we have better clarity at that point.
Thank you. I appreciate all your hard work on getting that money back for us.
Absolutely. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you, and thank you for the answering so many questions ahead of time. The one that I have is under the public art contribution line is the proposed purchase of David for $120,000. I'm disinclined to go through with that purchase, which I will talk with my colleagues about it. But before that conversation, I like the sculpture, but I'm wondering if somebody could answer why that particular purchase rose to this level of recommendation.
I think we have Greg Avakian approaching the public comment podium.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thanks for that question. It's a great opportunity to kind of, I guess, bolster up our current art program. It's a discounted price. I think we have about a 50 to 45% cost recovery on that one by already having it in our city limits. It's something that we want to do as a staff, as a recommendation to the council, as something that we can take to a local park. We have some new parks at Rigetti Ranch. We have current parks that don't have art within their boundaries right now. And it's a unique piece, and we've got a lot of great feedback. So we are prepared to obviously present it to council, but with that price and value, we would not be able to do that in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Most of my questions have been answered. I think I just had one left. The 1.9 million, sorry, I'm trying to find my notes, what they mean. Oh, the 1.9 million for the Rigetti Ranch hillside, if that was identified as not something the city should pay and we would receive that money back, will that money go back into the infrastructure fund or will that go somewhere else? City Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, I think staff did a good job describing, we are going to move forward with that project. Those costs and responsibility are dispute, and the intent would be, depending on how ultimately that's resolved, any sort of cost coverage, we would come back to the council, and the recommendation would be likely to appropriate that to the infrastructure investment fund.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you so much. All right, so now we get to move forward to public comment before we get into deliberation. And needless to say, I will read the entire public comment, civility code and process, because I see that we need that now. So for all the public items that we have, I'm going to remind the public of our civility guidelines. As I mentioned, listen first. To expand on that, we will make an honest effort to understand views and reasoning of others by listening to understand, not listening to find fault, allowing thoughtful discussion to lead to the best possible outcomes. Respecting different opinions, we will invite and consider different perspectives, allowing space for ideas to be expressed, opposed, and clarified in a constructive manner. Show courtesy. We will treat all colleagues, staff, and members of the public in a professional and courteous manner, whether in person, online, or in written communication, especially when we disagree. Criticize constructively. We will strive to advance solutions to community issues. When faced with disagreement, we do more than simply share our concerns with differing opinions. Simply more than sharing our concerns with differing opinions, we work to propose a course of action of mutual benefit. Debate the policy, not the person. We will focus on the issues and not personalize debate or use other tactics that divert attention from the issue. Let us share that since we have that, but I don't always read the entire thing. At this point, we'll take public comment on the items in this issue, or in the items that are not on Broad Street, and then we'll go to the Broad Street section. Do we have any comments that are on not Broad Street within the budget?
So in chambers, they're all on Broad Street.
Okay.
I don't have that information for those online. And we have 5 people online.
Great question. Well, I'd like to assume that I kind of have an assumption that a lot of this is on Broad Street, but just the fact that we don't, I think since there's a little delay in the YouTube, I will speak very slowly and suggest that if people on Zoom have a question on the budget or a public comment on the budget that has nothing to do with Broad Street, that you can keep raising your hand. If you have public comment on Broad Street and you're on Zoom, then take your hand down, please.
Same 3. I'm saying 5 are out, still up.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and open it to the first one, and I'll give a little intro when they get on to there.
Okay, our first speaker is Matthew North, and then after that will be Bill Farber, and then Philip Barber.
And hold on one second, City Manager had something to add.
So, Madam Mayor, my recommendation is that you've got a number of speakers both in chambers tonight, and then you've got people online. And my suggestion is similar to public comment, that you can evaluate whether you're going to divide that time, given. So, yeah, I don't know if we want to afford all speakers 3 minutes online. I think that's your discretion, but just something I wanted to raise as a possibility for you.
Yeah, I think since we only have 5, I figured that was pretty simple. But the future ones, we have more than 5, so. All right, thank you for the appropriate break. We are going to do the presentation on the Broad Street discussions of the budget. And because Councilmember Francis is recused, she's in the other room, and then we'll do the public comment on Broad Street after that. I'll pass it back to Natalie and Emily. Sorry, Mr. Horn.
Oh, it's Matt. Emily, you want to kick it off, or you want me to just run with it? Okay. Hi, Matt Horn, Public Works Director, and Emily so graciously has allowed me to talk about Broad Street over these next 3 slides. Basically, South Broad Street is included in the city's Broad Street Specific Plan, and also the active transportation plan as a tier 1 project. So there's a lot of improvements that are planned for Broad Street. In fact, you'll see like a listing of them up on your screen right now. Landscape, medians, signalized intersections, a lot of things to increase friction on Broad Street and decrease speeds. And so this is something that's planned in both the specific plan and the active transportation plan. Can you go to the next slide, please? As the previous slide said, there's a large amount of investment planned for Broad Street, and right now we're estimating that at a planning level of $15+ million to construct. But that's not the only ATP projects that we have in the queue right now. In fact, here's a listing of all the projects that we're delivering for ATP. And so we have Higuera Street, which is a very important tier 1 project for us. We have Foothill Complete Streets, which is an important project for us. In fact, it's the second most important tier 1 project for the Active Transportation Committee. But unfortunately, while it's in our queue, we haven't been able to devote the resources that we'd like to move the project forward as quickly as we can. Some of the other things that we do recently with ATP is both in the 2023 and 2024 paving projects, we have an immense amount of improvements that we do with our paving work. If we're going to go over a street, if we're going to pave a street, we want to make sure we put it back in the condition that everyone wants it to be in compliance with the ATP. And so some of the streets that are planned, I think probably the most kind of probably the most important streets that we're doing with the 2024 work would be Grand Avenue, basically from Slack Street down to the 101 freeway. And of course, we want to make the road diet on Johnson permanent. We've gotten a lot of good feedback about the speed reduction out there. So those are just some of the improvements that are in our queue. Of course, we have some signalized intersections that we're doing. So South and King, California Foothill, a crossing improvement at UPRR, at the Union Pacific Railroad, excuse me. And then finally, California Taft Roundabout, a very important intersection safety project for us. But we are about 90% done with that, and there is still some right-of-way issues that we're trying to deal with. Just the last couple bits, the Railroad Safety Trail extension is a very important project for us as well, and currently in our queue. Just everything on Prado Higuera, all the way to the 101 freeway, there's going to be a lot of active transportation improvements there. And then, of course, there's some bikeways, protected and padded bikeways going in on LOVR. It's a private project. If you'll go to the next slide for me. So what I failed to mention is we put out a memo for council's consideration because there's a lot of detail for adding the Broad Street project to our current workload if we would like to do that with mid-year. And that's on page 87 of the packet. And generally, we're looking at trying to complete that work without taking away from other work. And so right now, our transportation engineers and our capital engineers are past capacity. They are maxed, and we're working as fast as we can to both put out our standard capital improvement, deal with storm issues, deal with storm projects, recovery projects, and of course, the storms that come up periodically that we're dealing with. So we have several projects that we haven't been able to advance as quickly as we would like, and I previously stated something about Foothill. But these are very important projects for us to get done because they're tied to either important community efforts or just grant funding, things that we would lose if we didn't make good progress on them. So if we would like to add Broad Street to our current workload, there's an operational cost to it. And basically it's about $400,000 a year to increase both our transportation engineering bandwidth and also our capital project delivery bandwidth. And for other folks, internally, we use our transportation folks to do the planning, the big picture concepts, the public outreach to scope the project. We use our CIP engineers to take that scope project and make a contract out of it, check grades to make sure physically we can get everything in there. So it's two different specialties to deliver projects. Additionally, to do this work, it's going to take some time to do it. It takes about 4 months to get a staff member. It takes about 12 months to train the staff member. It takes 2 to 3 years to both do the public outreach, the conceptual design, the design, and it's probably going to take a year to 18 months to build improvements out here. So this is a 5 to 6 year process. So that's based on what we currently know, and so that's the best available information I can provide you for your deliberation on whether you'd like to add that work item to the city's plate with the mid-year.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So as you started, when you came talking about Johnson of good comments and looking at going permanent versus temporary. So when you talk about the 800,000, that includes kind of quick build temporary items as well?
For the South Broad Street stuff, it's basically 2 components. So there's a $400,000 component to the project, and that's an operational impact. So that's our engineers to actually do the work. The other is consultant service dollars to move the project forward. We're estimating that about $400,000 for 50% plans. So the other work that we're planning on doing on Johnson is part of our paving project, our 2024 paving project, and those dollars are included in there. Important piece of information I failed to mention is on, I believe, the last page of the memo that we put out on this item. There is some bold text in there, and I believe it's A through E, and they're recommendations for you. If you choose to move forward with South Broad Street, there's some of the mechanics you might want to think about discussing and adding to that. So basically, this will help move the project forward.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. So in terms of the paving plan, which is our a way that we get in some of these quicker approaches, is there a kind of an intermediate level of development of the plan in order to make sure that we can incorporate kind of the quick builds or just even the bike lane? Does everything need to be engineered to that highest level in order to be able to accomplish what could be done within the paving plan? Am I asking that in a way?
Yeah, I think I understand. I would say everything needs to be engineered to that level. Everything doesn't need to be constructed to that level. And so here's my rationale, is we want to make sure the improvements that we're putting in are safe and the appropriate improvement for a specific area. But do they need to be concrete? Do they need to be planted? Do they need to have, the other things in there? Immediately, no, they don't. So we don't have to do that. We don't have to include those in there. But the other issue is if that's the improvement that we want, if that's the improvement we think we need, putting it in first, it will be cheaper. Secondarily, when you put in temporary improvements like that, you have an increased operational cost. So we'll need to go by every week to month to restore what happened. And then secondarily, council may want to make those improvements permanent one day. And when that does happen, it's another project to basically install a different thing, but a more permanent thing.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding this right. When I think about like Laurel Lane, so when that came up for a paving project, there was permanent road diet for that one. And so I assume that there was a certain amount of engineering that had to go and make sure. In fact, I remember we were like, do we put the cars on this side or that side? And so there was some back and forth. But it was permanent striping to improve it that was incorporated into the paving plan. So even to do that kind of improvement would still need this kind of $800,000 investment up front. Which
sure.
wouldn't even be in time for the 26, 27 paving plan. Or could we incorporate kind of just a Broad Street plan light within that paving cycle and then let the big project fold into our CIP in kind of a regular process?
Sure, and I think I might have misspoke. So if we're talking about South Broad Street and any type of quick builds that we can do out there, the answer is we can do things out there. What they are, I just don't know, and the cost of it, what we want to do out there, I don't know. Basically, we have a conceptual planning document that we want to try to implement in some way. And to do that, we need to, go through the design process, understand what we're trying to achieve, have some public comment, and actually do a quick build out there. Striping, slurry, those are very minor cost for a roadway. Basically, we get into our larger costs when we're talking about landscape medians, changing ADA ramps, plantings, signalizations. There's the it's a whole different level of improvement that's necessary.
Okay, I think that brackets it a little bit for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for expanding on the question much better way than I did. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, sorry to belabor the point. I think we're all sort of trying to wrap our heads around what the $800,000 recommended is, what that would get us to in terms of time frame and results. So my first question is just to clarify from what I read, the $400,000 for 2 positions is kind of to get us 2 positions of the abilities and skill set we need to get us into the design, through the design phase and the end of this current financial plan, right? So like, it's not a long-term investment. It's like this is what we would need to get to the first part of the planning process to make it ready to go do more.
Sure. So the $400,000 for their staffing, basically, if you were to approve that tonight, that gives you both a transportation engineer and a capital engineer, most likely starting in the first or second week of June. Most likely there'll be, a transportation engineer, 1 person that will need to train. And so what we'd likely do, we would look at, is Foothill more important, is Higuera more important, is South Broad Street more important? We would take the most important project and give it with our more seasoned engineer and put the 1 person with the seasoned engineer to try to learn a little bit what's going through. And then we would give them the South Broad Street project to kick off. So we have a problem. So right now we have a capacity issue. We just cannot take any more on and keep everything that going forward is what we're doing. So we have to make a choice here. Do we want to add something else onto the stack and try to move it forward? Or do we want to take something else off the stack, or do we want to put more resources in here? So what you're getting with this plan that's presented in the agenda correspondence is basically a start. You're getting a start, you're getting a conceptual plan that you'll be presented at budget supplement saying, this is what we could do, this is what we think the cost is gonna be. You'd have better information on what year we could deliver that for you and roughly how much that would cost.
Okay, thank you. And then the $400,000 for consulting, how does that fit into the puzzle?
That's the piece that's going to fit into the puzzle. We'll have a project plan. We'll get council's approval with the project plan, and then we'll go out and start doing outreach, start doing conceptual design, start doing traffic volumes to understand the improvements that we want to ultimately construct out there. At some point in time, council could pull back and say, hey, we don't want to use permanent improvements, we want to put some temporary stuff out there, and we could reduce the construction cost that way. But this is to get the project moving at all.
Got it. So that $800,000 investment would get us to a point where we can then either phase in some quicker build, different paving options, as well as prepare a full plan to get us to all the way to the next step of full construction. Correct?
That would give you the information necessary in order to make an educated determination like that.
Okay, thank you. Then in the memo, as you mentioned, the 5 bolded bullets, A, B, C, D, E, is bullet D says direct staff to return with necessary capital improvement plan revisions to fund this need and other infrastructure needs, as well as inflationary trends as part of the budget supplement. Is that something that you need direction on now if we choose to go through this, or is that, I've gotten the feeling that that's something that we would be doing already?
We're going to do that as part. We're going to check in with council in April and then really in June. So if council takes, if I'm understanding correctly, if you take action on this tonight, we would calibrate within the mid-year Yeah, and then we would then, so we have a recommendation for you. If the council is interested in pursuing some of these options for Broad Street, we'll have some trade-offs in mid-year. But longer term, the intent of that specific sentence was just to telegraph that in April and then in June, just because of inflationary and other pressures, we're going to have to recalibrate the CIP overall.
Right, I had a feeling that I feel like I heard you all saying that we were going to have to recalibrate the CIP regardless of whether or not we do this. So this would just be figuring this project into that recalibration. Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I notice on Broad Street, it's a street that I drive a lot, and I noticed that there's some places on Broad Street that have medians that are well done. There's one close to the People Self-Help Housing Project, and then there's another one closer to the junction with Orcutt. And I'm wondering why there were no medians planned, well, since 2014. There hasn't been the action in the past 10 years to do a kind of median turnout spot for safety reasons closer to Stone Ridge in that area. What's the problem with that? Why haven't we moved forward on that?
I think City Manager is going to respond to that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I wish I had my Back to the Future time ship and go back to 2014 and 2003 and talk about a lot of things. And we decided to defer and not collect impact fees for lots of projects in order to induce housing. And so in this instance, we have allowed housing to move forward, and these are general funded projects. And so the essence of which is that we've had incremental development of medians on broad streets that have had largely in conjunction with development. So the most recent one is the housing project directly across the street from Damon Garcia. There is really no fees specifically that we're collecting for that can fund this scope of work, and we need to do it comprehensively. We need to have a comprehensive plan that brings us all the way from past South Street all the way up. And so that's why we've put forward a pretty significant work program, because this is a significant project. It's $12 to $15 million. And as Mr. Horn indicated, we do believe that if we start this process now, we can come up with some interim temporary measures as part of the 26-27 financial plan, understanding that that work on the long-term engineering will inform that paving exercise, but will really then inch us towards and position us to have plans that then we can apply for grants, participate in regional transportation funding through SLOCOG and the RTP.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand. So the fact that the Stone Ridge development and subsequent developments around that area the city council at that time did not require impact fees to be paid by the developer. Because of that, we haven't had the funding to make those site-specific improvements. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, yeah, we've suppressed overall development impact fees for our significant big projects, cross-town connections. This is just one of them that we haven't collected fees for. It is a priority. We will be successful in getting grants for this project. Right now, we've been successful on Higuera. We've been successful on North Churro. We will be successful on Foothill, and we'll be successful here. We just need to have the designs and all the engineering work done to position us to be able to pursue the funding.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. One more question just to clarify again, because I think we just talked about Stone Ridge. I know some of the emails that we got we're about further down Broad. So can we just clarify what is I know you said from South Street, but from South Street, how far are we talking about in the Broad Street plan?
Well, there's two different locations. The specific plan has a different location. The ATP plan has a longer location. Really, it's council direction, but the plan was currently to go from south, or actually Upham, to the city limit, the southerly southern limit. So if you would like to reduce that duration down, we can.
So the dollar signs just keep clicking. The longer we go, the more expensive that it gets for like the full permanent Cadillac model.
Absolutely.
So to speak, project.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it's important just to remind everyone that that was a state highway, I believe, up until 2009. And so we went through the relinquishment process. And so Caltrans in the relinquish process, they essentially turned over the roadway to us, did some paving. The lane width stayed the same, but we got a new road surface. The city just simply turned the signs from 55 to 40. We didn't change the roadway dynamics, so it's not surprising we're getting reports and we experience speeding in that roadway. So, that's why this is an expensive project to fundamentally alter driver behavior and deal with the risk requires some pretty significant interventions.
Councilmember Shoresman.
One more, sorry. So on that point about speeds, is there anything in the short term that we can do about speeds on Broad Street?
I think that's a Chief Scott question as far as enforcement or if someone else is here, I'm sorry.
Or speed limits, I guess, is the question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, Deputy Chief Brian Amoroso with the Police Department. Yes, we do have traffic enforcement that's obviously done. They do specifically work Broad Street, our motorcycle unit. The unit is slightly understaffed with other parts of the department due to staffing, but that is in our short-range plan to bring that staffing up. We also work in conjunction with traffic engineering in ways to look at speeds and safe speeds, et cetera. I would actually defer to those individuals as far as the police departments don't actually set the speeds of the roads, although there are traffic surveys and things they can do that look at percentiles of vehicles that travel the roads and the speeds they travel, which helps set what the safe speed actually is. They'll also look at stuff like accident data, et cetera, but certainly work in that area and getting that message out to our officers, we can always do that along with the other traffic needs that we hear throughout the city.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think the question is that I think there are certain rules around the speed limits and what they can be on certain roadways, depending on the conditions and that sort of thing.
That's correct.
Yeah, back to the traffic study conversation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and the people that we're talking about employing with this item are the people who figure that out. And so basically speed surveys, 85th percentile, and rotating that information back down to a slower speed. But again, I need to convey to you guys that we are past capacity. We are at capacity. We have no bandwidth to jump in and do anything fast. So I just want to make sure I'm conveying that for these folks over here.
We hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much. Okay, I don't see a hand from Councilmember Marks, so I think we are ready to move forward. Dare I do it? With public comment on the Broad Street section of the budget. City Clerk, do you want to share who is in the room who has comment?
So we have 9 people in the room.
All right, 2 minutes each.
Okay, 1 second, I gotta adjust the timer. Stop. So our first public commenter will be John Thomas, and then Eric Justafson, and then Dan Kala. Thank you for that. Okay. 1 second. Let me get my Zoom up. Nope.
One second, we have to get your mic working.
And the timer on.
If there's a little person, you can press that. We go red light or green light. Perfect. There we go.
Mayor Stewart, council members, my name is John Thomas. My wife and I have lived on Stone Ridge for the last 35 plus years. I'm here tonight to ask you to fund the $400,000 to create a new staff position so that we can get some work done on Broad Street. 4 to 6 years before something happens for Broad Street Correction is way too long. We need to get this on their bandwidth. They've done a great job of explaining what needs to be done. It just needs to be done. And in the meantime, we need to do incremental changes. We need to lower the speed limit. We need to do striping. We need to do those things that we can do to make Broad Street a safer street for all of us who travel it, because we can't wait 6 years for this to happen. And thank you for your service. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Eric Justafson, and then Dan.
I just want to highlight what Mr. Justafson just did, which is get ready to be the next person. Would be great for all of you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Eric Justafson, 268 Lawrence Drive. Thanks for giving us an audience here. It's a really important item. Our neighborhood has just reached a tipping point with this issue. Broad Street is basically a death zone. It's just out of control with the speed of traffic. It's a dangerous, high volume, plus 30,000 trips a day, high speed corridor that divides our neighborhood of over 2,000 residents in that section between South and basically Orchid Road. It's designed as was noted, as a highway. The street widths or the lane widths are far too wide. The speeds are too high. The left turns in and out of our neighborhood are super difficult with long wait lines. And most importantly, just getting from one side of the street to the other is literally to take your life in your hand. It's just impossible. And we have lots of kids and lots of families that desire to go to either side of the street. The corridor plan that was adopted was a great plan, and it's working really, really well. The only problem is the effort and the investment in the street itself is lagging the other development on either side of it, of the street. So good job, way to go on the plan. We need to turn our focus to the street itself. Traffic calming and all those have not really been addressed. Last count, I think there were 85 letters on this issue, which just, to me, denotes that it's a time that we need to really get to it and address it. So we appreciate that the staff has presented an option that was just laid out for you. However, it's a 5 to 6 year process to get a plan in place before really any improvements are made. So we need two things at the same time. We need to kind of get going on a plan now for the long term, which we understand takes investment, takes staff, time to generate that plan, engage with the neighborhood. And we need some shorter build fast fixes sometime before that 5 to 6 year period is over. So here's what we're asking. In the short term, whatever you can do to lower the speed limits. I'm not sure of all the rules.
Your time's up.
Okay.
So sorry, thank you. It didn't beep, I apologize.
Sorry, restripe the lanes.
Pass it on to the next person.
And support for A through E. Thank you.
No, after Dan will be Catherine Hicks and then John Wiege.
Hello, my name is...
Hold on one second, Dan.
All right.
Just waiting for the timer.
Hello, my name is Dan Kalel. I live on 835 Francis in the Broad Street area. I am actually a member of the Broad Street focus group. for the area plan. You can find my name in that packet on the initial pages. When I purchased the house in 2001, this area was zoned manufacturing and had only a few single-family dwellings peppering amongst the garbage company, Elko machine shop, and some auto stuff and the like. And before I was in the focus group, I attended a community meeting at the Grange Hall where the city asked, what do we want as a neighborhood? This is like over 20 years ago. Overwhelmingly, the citizens demanded better connectivity across Broad Street and a safer Broad Street. That was nearly 20 years ago. Since the adoption of the Broad Street Plan in 2014, significant development has changed the landscape of this area and has greatly impacted the traffic safety on Broad Street. The Moylan Terrace condominiums have been put in, Haslow's housing at the Y has been put in, the yard development, which replaced the garbage company condominiums, has been put in, Victoria Crossing, one of the, it's a 4-story multi-use, is now occupied. The condos on Caudell and Victoria, all of these projects have been put in since the adoption of that plan. Taste Restaurant has moved into the heart of this area. A new 3-story multi-use development is at Lawrence and Broad Street is going in currently. And the new retail on Francis, which might be the cannabis shop, is ready to be occupied. Yet no significant traffic improvements other than the Hawk Crossing, thank you, city, for that one, at Woodbridge, have been made, as outlined in the plan. It is time to start moving forward. It has been too long. The conditions are getting bad. Please fund the staffing and potentially fund the capital project consulting services, the $800,000 packet that is being recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Catherine Hicks, John Weege, and then James Prey.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Hicks, and I'm also a resident of the Woodbridge area. I had the opportunity recently to relocate, so I guess it's been about 6 years ago, and have lived in that neighborhood for the past 3 years. I want to first off say thank you for all the investments that the city has made so far in improving the transportation. As an avid cyclist, I have a number of friends I'm trying to get on bikes, and all of them say that everything that's been done has made a huge difference in them feeling comfortable being on our streets. So I'm here today to ask you to fund the $800,000 for this study to continue to build on the good work that's been done so far, address city goals such as sustainable transportation and equity for all residents. And I think that includes transportation and access to safe travel through the city. So I'm here to ask for those that maybe don't know how, right? The children that I coached mountain biking to that ride through that town, maybe my own future children someday, being able to have a safe route to school and some of these other areas. And even for those that want to make a choice not to drive, because I know people in that neighborhood who get in their car and drive the 6 blocks to pick up a pizza at my friend Mike's instead of walking or riding because they just don't feel safe. So again, thank you for everything that's been done so far, and I highly encourage you to fund this project going forward.
Thank you.
John Weege, James Prey, and then Rick Piros.
All right. Mayor Stewart and council members, thank you for having us here to express our support for this. I here am as well to express my support for the South Broad Street area plan as adopted in 2014. Given that you guys are looking, I would like to express my support in funding the study as well. I live on Stone Ridge Drive, and I use all modes of transportation to get around the area, including biking to downtown, walking my dog around the area, and then also, of course, inevitably have to drive once in a while. And we all know SLO is growing and that the traffic on Broad is increasing. And, as we permit more buildings to be built along that corridor, it's only going to get more busy. And although the growth is welcomed, I would like to highlight that for pedestrians and bicyclists, it's getting increasingly unsafe. So due to the lack of traffic lights, it obviously becomes very difficult to make a left turn out of the west neighborhoods from streets such as Mitchell, Lawrence, Stonebridge, Sweeney, etc. This is difficult for automobiles. There is a suicide lane, as we all know about, but that is very difficult and hazardous to use for a bicyclist, as you could understand. And I often find myself, riding on the sidewalk on the wrong side in order to, get to an area such as Woodbridge. And Woodbridge is the pedestrian crosswalk there is great to use, but there's obviously a long distance to break up the traffic between Woodbridge and Orchid. I would say that, like, as you guys have discussed, looking at, what can be done sooner, I think Woodbridge is an example of if, we had another crosswalk maybe between there and Orchid, that would be maybe a more short-term solution. So I express my support in this endeavor, and I hope that you guys do as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, thanks for the time and opportunity. Truly appreciate it. I know it's been a rough night, and I'm sorry for everything, honestly. But with that, my name is James Prey. I live on Rockview. I've been here for a homeowner for 3 years now with my wife and 8-month-old daughter. I just want to express the urgency here and the fact that, to reiterate what other members or what other commenters have said, it's very dangerous trying to access Broad Street, especially turning left. The only option coming out of Rockview are Sweeney and 2 other streets. I think one is Stone Ridge. Either way you go about it, turning left to try and get down to shops, to spend money, participate in community activities, to take my 8-month-old daughter to the pediatrician, it's extremely scary. I just have to stress that. So I just want to stress the urgency, the lack of safety with this, and I really want to urge the council to move forward with this as soon as possible. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Rick Piros, Ellie Washington, and then Jackie Parker, and that's our final speaker in chambers.
Good evening. Thank you for your time, Mayor Stewart and the council members. I'm going to be really brief since it's been kind of repetitive. Everybody drives Broad. Everybody knows it sucks. And not to be, blunt about it, but it's a great place. We moved here from Utah 3 years ago. I'm never leaving. My only complaint is Broad Street. I'm on Rockview with James. We drove here to come to this. And it was literally like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh go. And if you guys can do anything about it, long term, short term, please do. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for your time and energy on this topic. Ellie Washington, I live on Rockview Place. The South Broad Street corridor has grown, as you know, significantly in the last decade with a multitude of infill housing developments, and the result has been increased cars, high speeds, dangerous conditions, and tragically a pedestrian death right where the new hybrid beacon is located. My husband and I were a one-car household and both commuted by bike when we bought our house on Rockview in 2015. When we were in escrow, we read the South Broad Street plan that was implemented in 2014, and we purchased our house feeling really confident that these traffic calming efforts would be coming down the pipeline eventually. But here we are 8 years later, and we've stopped commuting by bike. We bought a second car because of how scary traversing Broad Street is. We had no idea moving a mere 1 mile away would change our lifestyle so drastically. We still love to bike, but we now only do it for leisure, and we end up taking very circuitous routes in attempt to keep ourselves and our child safe. We live in such a bike-friendly town, don't get me wrong. We would love to bike more, we would love to commute by bike more, but we feel trapped by our current location, like we have a highway to traverse in order to get to those more bike-friendly routes in town. I look forward to hearing how council and staff are able to make the South Broad Street area a priority, whether that's lowering the speed limit, adding protected bike lanes, additional pedestrian hybrid beacons, making that center divider suicide lane a safer space, so that all residents can feel safer traversing this major thoroughfare through SLO, and then and also to get more cars off the road, so we can get more bikers and walkers feeling confident that this is a safe route to travel. Thank you for hearing our concerns and responding to all of our emails, and for taking these proactive steps by doing the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Parker. I don't live exactly on Broad. I live out by the airport in the French Park neighborhood, but I drive Broad all the time, and we own a property on Lawrence, and our son lives in the Moylan Terrace development, where I'm on the HOA. So I hear a lot from our other owners there about their concerns about the safety of Broad in the neighborhood. I want to speak to, you've heard a lot of great things here tonight. I want to speak to the short-term solutions. Of course, your engineering department sounds like they're under a great deal of stress, but through paving, if we look at what's been done on Laurel and on Laurel and on Johnson Avenue, we know that it makes a difference. The problem with speed limits is that people drive depending on the width of the lane and the width of the area. So really by striping and doing maybe speeding up the pavement plan, I think you can achieve a lot. I do believe that speed limits need to be looked at. You have some discretion there in speed limits. I think you can lower them 5 miles per hour pretty easily with just a speed study, and then lowering it 5 beyond that. I got a group together. Andy came and met, and we were able to convince engineering and the city council to lower speed limits on Tank Farm Road. I know it can be done, but it needs to be done in conjunction with traffic calming striping. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone that spoke. I really appreciate your time and energy and coming here, and also kind of dealing with a challenging meeting. So thank you. So typically, we would move on to our Zoom public comment, but we have tabled that to the end of the meeting. So what we'll be doing at this point is to have a little more conversation around Broad Street before we bring back Councilmember Francis, and then we'll bring back Councilmember Francis for the rest of the budget conversation, and then we'll pause, take a break, and come back to that. City Manager, did you have?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, there's a little bit of wrinkle. I'm trying to manage, both, as we're in new territory with virtual speakers and who are violating our civility policy, combined with the conflict of interest rules. And so we do need to finish up, because we need to fully resolve the Broad Street before we can take the full item. That's the recommendation that's been provided by council. So my recommendation is we take the balance. We have 3 people who have raised their hands online who want to speak on Broad Street. We can take those 3 individuals, and if they violate our civility policies, we will then terminate their speaking privileges, and we'll then deliberate. We need to resolve the Broad Street question before bringing back the full action on the mid-year item.
And Councilmember Marks, you have your hand up.
Yes, but I'm willing to wait until the deliberation phase. I thought that's where we were at, so I'll just hang on. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you so much. So City Clerk, can you share our public comment?
Yes, the first one is Judy Stroyer.
Sorry.
Madam Mayor, before we do that, can we just shorten up, just given the lateness of the hour, just maybe the virtual commenters you can provide, you can limit the amount of time.
It's already shortened to 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yeah, and there's only 3 commenters. Right, and then we'll move forward to deliberation on Broad Street. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for the supplemental memo. I know that they were getting lots of questions about Broad Street, probably from all of us. And so I appreciate all the time taken to put that together. And I also want to recognize all the work that the Transportation and Capital Improvement Project staff have been doing over time. We have made a ton of progress over the last several years with more great stuff on the way. Already seeing improvements on Johnson Avenue just with the small temporary improvements, sort of the quick build strategies. People have already mentioned Laurel Lane and lots of other good stuff in the pipeline. And I do not want to lose the traction that we've got going already with some of these other big arterial projects coming up. And so I've really struggled over time. I've had multiple conversations with transportation staff and City Manager Johnson about how we can just continue to do more, because I want to do it all and I want to do it right now. But I know we can't necessarily do that. But the one way we can do that is by adding a little bit more staff. We might not always have this sort of one-time funding capacity in order to sort of prop up our team so that we can maybe squeeze in a little bit more while we have the finances to do it. So, and our community craves it, as we can see from our emails and from the speaking that we've seen tonight. And they make valid points about the growth in that neighborhood. And we have lots more improvements, capital improvement projects that we want to see come along the line. And so if adding $400,000 in staffing and some consulting capacity gets this project to the point where we can make ourselves eligible for grants like we have with some of the other projects on Higuera and the Foothill Corridor and other places, then I think things aren't getting any cheaper. So let's go ahead and try to do it now. I do want to just mention, and I know there's been reference to the paving plan that's supposed to happen in 26, I believe, for that corridor. So I hope that if we do this, if my colleagues agree and we go forward with supporting this, that we can get to that point where we have a plan and we have a design and we can put in place some interim steps in the short term in coinciding with the paving plan, so that we can give that neighborhood a little bit of relief in the short term, as well as working on, the financing and the grants and the larger project down the road.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I think this was a very constructive session about Broad Street. My suggestion would be that we phase the planning. I'm in favor of the $800,000, I want to say that. But to me, the stretch of Broad Street between South and Orcutt is really the top priority. So I'm wondering if we could concentrate as a phase one on the design and whatever else, the engineering, whatever needed to be done to move it forward. And then as resources are available, move on to the rest of it. I mean, having to have a design for everything down to the city limit on Broad, to me, is just way too broad of a scope. So I'm in favor of the the quick build, short-term improvements and striping that Jackie Parker mentioned. In terms of the speed limits, I think, as I recall from my my days in the DA's office, there is kind of a formula that is the vehicle code provides for changing speed limits. I think that that's something that can be done, and I agree with the people who testify that 5 or 6 more years, if we update the plan now, is just too long. It's already been 10 years since we had the plan, and I actually was on the city council in 2014, and I remember so many of the environmental documents, the planning documents were all predicated on the completion of the Broad Street corridor plan as like, oh, it's all right if we add these different developments, or the whole Victoria Street transformation from light industrial to what it is now, which is housing, which is really good, but there are consequences. There are consequences to the general public from proceeding that way and not requiring development to pay for itself. And I've always been kind of a stalwart in making development pay for itself. And I think this is a really good example of what happens when you don't do that. So let's see if we can, if staff could phase it in some way so that the stretch of Broad Street that is the most dangerous for the most people who live around there is the one that would be completed first. So those are my thoughts, and I'm curious to see what else everybody else has to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have some silent applause in the room, Councilmember Marks. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. Thank you to our commenters and my colleagues for the opening remarks. I agree that it's both compelling about how much has changed in that corridor, and that it's important to move it forward. I am also concerned. Foothill is a high priority. There's a lot of safety concerns down there. Higuera has a grant that's already, it's in some ways a project that also needs some attention and is a barrier to a lot of active transportation goals. So here we go. I guess one of my, so I think overall, I also agree with Councilmember Marks's comment about a focus area in the South Street to Orcutt as the priority. And I guess the concern I have on how we decide this tonight is that this doesn't feel like the kind of broad public process for shifting priorities. We do a super robust public process at the 2-year financial plans. And that's when we do our prioritizing. But I think that there is a big public opportunity at the April meeting and the revised for the second one. So I think that it looks like we can perhaps appropriate the 400,000, and then I would embrace the opportunity at that April meeting with kind of enough communication to the city as a whole that if we're actually going to shift something in priority, that we have a public process to do it. I think what I'm seeing here on the staff recommendations in terms of the having the staff, the 400,000 for the staff to be able to get the thing rolling, I'm comfortable with that, because I think that also starts to put into motion at least enough design so we're good for the paving project, right? To get as much as we can out of that project, and as Councilmember Shoresman notes, potentially apply for grants. But I don't know that it's, I want to make sure that we are realistic in the expectations in elevating kind of the bigger project beyond what we kind of already have in the queue on some of those priority corridors. Does that make sense? So I'm not sure if it actually would change any of the specific language here, other than D implies direct staff to return with capital improvement plan to fund this. And I think what I would be more interested in is direct staff to return with the opportunity to have a discussion about the larger prioritization of capital projects.
Well, and I think,
and I see, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. And I think there's, part of the conversation around the plan is to have a community discussion. And so I think that's one of the things that is part of the, or can be part of the plan, the Broad Street plan, but yet there's I think a bigger discussion, which is everyone, not just the Broad Street community. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. I
Okay.
feel uncomfortable
Just want to make sure I'm hearing what you're
that
saying.
we kind of ended up with this, wonderful to have an engaged community, but it was kind of a small group of folks that was able to spread the word, which is over a genuine need that we absolutely need it. And yet we don't have everybody in the room if we are actually, I don't want to be shifting priorities tonight. I'm comfortable moving 400,000 to get the thing rolling, but that's kind of as far as I'd want to go at this point.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll give my feedback and then question. Okay, great. There are a lot of things that have been going through my head since we've been receiving all of the emails, and I really appreciate the many emails around the safety. And I came out of Enterprise today and had to take a left. I very much understand what you're talking about. And also on the other end, coming out of Staples and trying to take a left back towards Vaughn's is also not fun. So I definitely hear you, and I appreciate. I believe it was, I won't guess. There was a commenter today that shared the list of housing that has been built since. And really, when you look at all of that, it's clear that we have more people. And so I understand what people are asking for. I also remember an unfortunate conversation. It was soon after we were kind of out of COVID, but we weren't in person yet. And so there were two of us that were in the other room, and there were two that were on Zoom. And I remember having to say, do we have to wait for someone to die to make this change? And that was actually about Foothill, though. And we have that on the plan right now, and people have died. So that is something that is also in my mind of wanting to make sure that we are prioritizing things for the whole community, the whole city. And at the same time, I don't want to see anyone else die for any reason. But on our safety watch, I guess you could say. So I am a little bit kind of perplexed at what to do now versus later. And I also have, and I mentioned this to a few people too, is that we have a whole process, October of 2022 to June of 2023. We went through the entire budget process and all the priorities and all the things that should be done. And this kind of interest engagement didn't come into that conversation. So it's hard at the same time to say, hey, we opened this to the whole community. We had thousands of people that gave input, and yet this didn't come up to the top at that time. And I'll tell you, even just a year ago, turning left was as difficult as it is today. So I'm surprised that this is taking this long, but I hear the tipping point, comment. I definitely do. So I personally feel comfortable putting in the 400,000 to say, hey, where do we go next? I hear what you're saying on that. I'm also acutely aware of, yes, grants would provide more funding, which is great. We have some really amazing staff that do a lot of work. When you look at the list of all the projects that have already been achieved, someone asked, and in the agenda correspondence, there was a response of all the different projects that have been done, just in paving and just in transportation, and there's so much more. So I worry also about keeping our amazing staff and keeping them here and employed here and wanting to be staying employed here, and also doing all the work that they do. So that is, staff capacity is a concern, because we have a lot of new people too, and new people are amazing, have great, awesome ideas, and there's also intellectual capital that is left in people's heads with the silver tsunami. So I look at all of these things together as I'm trying to make these decisions of what is best. So I just thought I would share all that with you. Whether you desire to hear it all or not, that's okay. And I do think there is something around the 26 paving that would make sense. I mean, definitely we've seen how when we can merge two projects together in a sense of, hey, we have to do paving and maybe we can do some different striping to help with traffic calming, that makes logical sense. And hate to even ask this topic because of our lovely public commenter, but there is a question in my mind around speed bumps and how does that work on such a large road. Thank you. I'm seeing the city manager Johnson just shaking his head no, so we got that answer. Thank you. It's hard to ask that question right now. And sorry, there's one more thing. Oh, and then the speed limit. I know I've talked also with many of our staff on this topic. We have some capacity to reduce or change speeds because it is within the city limit, but without the study, that is hard to do. We need that data. We need that evidence to make an evidence-based decision. And I thought, City Manager, if you don't mind sharing a little bit around the study and what's required to be able to change speed limits, knowing that sometimes the answer may or may not be what people are expecting or wanting it to be, and then what?
Tonight is a night of first, Madam Mayor, and so there's a lot of things that are going on. So our person most knowledgeable, of course, Luke Schwartz, our traffic engineer, is conflicted out because he lives near Broad Street. So that's why you have people who are otherwise not able to, who can answer this question much better than me. But there are some new laws that are in effect that allow us to otherwise do some studies and make some findings to reduce the speeds. But here again, I want to just caution everyone. We got to change the environment. We're not going to see the change behavior until we change the environment, and that can happen through some interim temporary measures as part of our 27 paving plan. We can do that. Those can be inexpensive. They may not look as pretty, but then we can when that work is done, then pursue the grant funding necessary to do a proper boulevard down Broad Street that provides the necessary protections for cyclists, pedestrians, and provides for, convenient yet safe left turn lanes in and out of the neighborhoods onto Broad Street, et cetera.
Thank you. So that's my initial thoughts. Councilmember Shorsman.
So I think I'm hearing consensus around the $400,000 for those positions. The other piece that I wanted to bring back up again was the $400,000. I'm assuming that's a maximum $400,000 for consulting time, which, if I'm understanding correctly, that would be a person that would help with the community engagement portion of the planning process. And help pull more community member engagement, similar to what we're doing with the Higuera Street project, and I assume we will do with Foothill at some point in the future. Am I understanding that correctly in terms of that portion of the proposal?
City Manager.
Yes, so Madam Mayor and Councilmember Shorsman, so again, the package is the $400,000 for staff, just given that capacity and otherwise conflict issues, and for us to need to be able to isolate Mr. Schwartz from this work and then train individuals. And then the second piece, yes, is that consultant, which I think Mr. Horn pointed out, we would use both for doing additional improvements as part of our 26-27 paving plan and outreach on that, because those are very important to get right. We've seen paint, even though it's paint and maybe it's only delineators, it can get pretty expensive. If it's done wrong or not done with the right outcome, then it can otherwise taint the public's expectations and then appetite for more permanent improvements. So that process in itself needs to be done, with careful study and implementation to set the stage for the more permanent improvements. So our recommendation is to do it all at once so that we can have all of the resources so we can do each phase. And I understand that there's some, and we'll ultimately take the direction from council based upon the competing priorities.
Thank you for that clarification, because I remembered those two pieces being kind of hand in hand and needing to work together, but that's clarifying. The last thing that I wanted to comment on, and I hear and I understand the interest in trying to prioritize which section of Broad to maybe kind of narrow the scope a little bit to make it a little bit more manageable and maybe less expensive. And I was originally thinking that we were talking about south to Orchid at first, until I asked the question during their Q&A period about how long we were talking about. And I realized that while right now it probably seems like south to Orchid is the most populated area, we also have some pretty important locations just past Orchid. Just a brand new affordable housing complex that just opened that most of us were at the ribbon cutting for. Just a little ways down from there, you have Damon Garcia Sports Complex, which is a huge draw for a lot of families that I frustratingly and unfortunately see way too many people driving, and there's parking issues over there. And I would love to be able to see more kids and families riding their bikes to soccer on the weekends. So I guess my inclination about, prioritizing areas is to really leave that to staff and their design and come back to us at the budget supplement with what they recommend to be the most equitable, economical, because maybe the improvements are a lot easier on that section too. I don't know. I'm not a transportation engineer. So I guess I'd rather receive the recommendation more concretely from them at that time.
Absolutely. I assume when we ask for someone to do consulting that they are going to give us the information after studying and say, here's my recommendations, as per many of the other things we've done. So I feel that leaving the prioritizing to the staff or consultants makes sense. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I feel strongly that we need the full 800,000 at this point, and I'm willing to defer things like purchasing the David statue, although I do appreciate it. It's a great piece of art, but I think that staff can go through and find ways to come up with this 800,000 in a responsible way. So I would like to move that we go ahead and approve the proposal that staff has made in the agenda correspondence as indicated in section 3 on page 4 and including item 4 on page 5 with items A through E.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks. We actually have some more people waiting to speak in the queue, but we'll definitely have you move the motion at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Johnson, did you want to respond to Councilmember Shoresman and Marks?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if the council's inclined to fund the 800,000, then staff's recommendation is on page 101 of the staff report to just reduce the proposed additions in the infrastructure investment fund by 800,000. So you'd be depositing $3,004,358. So just reduce that accordingly.
Right, we wouldn't touch the public art funding.
Yeah, that's my recommendation.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
That was going to be my assumption, was that we would just reduce that allocation to the infrastructure investment fund. So I agree with that. And then I don't know, in those 5 bullet points, it only mentions the 400,000. It doesn't mention the other 400,000 for the consulting services. So I don't know if we need to revise bullet A there to say the full 800,000, or if that's intent and you understand the direction.
Well, there was the above that says in total approximately 800,000. So I think that's where the confusion is.
Oh, okay.
Sure, yeah, it's really a matter of timing. So the thought process was if we were able to get staff, it would take 4 months to get staff on, then the budget supplement would be coming right in the heels of that. So it was really the intent to make sure we're following council's direction, and then we'd follow that up with the budget supplement for the additional funding.
Okay, so approving 400,000 now and 400,000 in the future?
400,000 now, 400,000 at budget supplement is, right. Okay. We can stretch it out if council wants to do that, or we can do it all at once. So right. Your choice.
Gotcha, thank you. To me, I'm just gonna give you my 2 cents and you guys can decide what you wanna do, but I would think it's all the same budget. So I would just say do the 800,000. That's my 2 cents. Councilmember Shoresman.
I to prepared to second Councilmember Marks's motion for the full 800,000.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor Marks. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. I guess my only thought would be is, so item D, right now it says direct staff to return with necessary capital improvement plan revisions to fund this need and other infrastructure needs, as well as the inflationary, which implies that the actual beyond the 800,000 that there's a shift. And so I guess I just want to maybe add the word like for consideration, and just so that it's not like we're not committing to something else, we're committing to the 800,000 to be able to do the plan, but not necessarily folding the project, the capital costs of the project itself. Is that, I don't know if that's already implied or just adding that
That
wording
in
helps.
fact, yeah, is implied, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease. Yeah, that's implied. We have to do all that cost estimation, and then once we complete the plan and get all that, then we'll have conversations with SLOCOG about whether or not temporary or the permanent improvements would qualify for grant funding, et cetera, and then it would enter into the CIP process.
So in other words, going through with all A through E and with the 800,000 doesn't shift any actual capital project. Okay. Okay. I'll go along with that.
So you do not need to have the consideration.
For consideration. It sounds like
added.
not.
Okay, great. Just making sure. Okay. Councilmember Marks, I think we are ready for your motion that you already stated, but feel free if you wish to add.
That was the motion in the second, I think.
Yeah, if I've already stated it, I'm happy with that. I hope
Great.
the city clerk has got it. So I'd like to make that motion.
That works for me. Thank you. City Clerk, you're good with that? Wonderful. And Councilmember Shoresman, still second?
Still second.
Great. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 4 with 1 abstention. Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone who's come in on this topic. We'll move to the budget in just another 5 minutes break. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started again. And we're going to continue the 6A item, or continue discussing, I should say, with Councilmember Francis back in the room now that Broad Street is finished. And we'll go back to Ms. Jackson Harnett.
Our presentation is complete. I will bring the recommendations back up.
Great, thank you so much. So at this time, are there questions on the budget not about Broad Street? Vice Mayor Pease.
I think we did our questions. We had public comments, so I think we're just right for deliberation. Yeah, and I appreciate the changes, the relatively minor modifications to the mid-year. And then in terms of the unassigned balance, as I alluded to, the one change that I'd be interested in is not procuring the David sculpture. I've enjoyed having it in town. I understand it's maybe a good deal, but I don't feel like that's a good way to shop for art. And I don't feel like it connects to our community in a way that that would make it a standout, that this is worth a change in allocation at this point. It's not local, it doesn't reflect something that's kind of underrepresented in our community. So I've been enjoying the sculpture in its place, and I just personally don't want to buy it. So other than that, that's actually, I think at this point, the only change that I have.
Okay, thank you. And I feel like there was a little bit more that Mr. Vakian had, but I don't know if you want to share anything more about the statue. If you don't, that's totally fine. City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to alert the council. We've avoided some costs to not ship it back, so we'll incur some costs per our contract to ship it back to Brooklyn. So just so I know if it's 10 or 15,000, something like that. 20, so there's about 20,000 that we'll have to spend to ship it back.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease?
Sorry, then just to finish that item so that the, perhaps we would still keep the 100,000 for other local art community projects. 20,000 would still need to go for shipping it back, but 100,000 then would go into the, the infrastructure investment fund is not utilized.
City Manager
Yeah, I just didn't
Johnson.
want to mislead the council. We've got that money budgeted, so we were going to save that money. Yeah, so we were going to save that money from another project, so not spend the 20K on that original project. And yeah, got it. So
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman?
Before Director Avakian sits down. Sorry, I did have one question about the other. There was 120,000 for the statue, and then there's another 100,000 set aside.
Correct.
And I had asked a question about the agenda correspondence about that, and just wondering if you could give a little bit more clarification about. I know we have other line items in the budget already for public art and art purchases, and so what's the difference between adding another 100,000 versus what we've already got budgeted?
Gotcha. I appreciate that question. Our public art budget is pretty small in the big picture of everything. So we have about 30,000, for example, for our kind of like utility box art and some community focused programs outside of our agreement with the museum. This is an opportunity to bolster that up, to really include more mural opportunities from local artists, more activation with our local art community, and spread it outside of just some of our downtown corridor, but also throughout our entire community. So that was just discussion with staff as is this the right opportunity to bolster that up, especially with our new public art coordinator that's online, to really have a bandwidth to do some pretty amazing things.
Okay,
You bet.
thank
Thanks.
you. I guess to your comment, Vice Mayor Pease, about the statue, I had similar questions about the statue. It was always my understanding that it was gonna stay for a little while and then it was gonna go. And at the same time, I see this as an opportunity that we would maybe save 100,000 and have to spend 20. So it is a nice piece, and people seem to really be drawn to it. I hear your comments, though. I could kind of go either way. I think it is a relatively small amount in the grand scheme of things, and it's money that we may not have another time to invest in art. So I don't know. I could go either way.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks?
Thank you. Well, I agree with Vice Mayor Pease about that particular item. I'd much rather see the $100,000 go toward different kinds of public art. I want to maintain the dedication to public art, but I'd like to see it go to other forms that are more connected with our community. I agree with her analysis, and outside of that, I'm happy with everything that's been proposed in this budget item. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I had a follow-up question for Director Avakian about the piece. When is he due to go home?
Great question, and it's on our rotation for March. We have a replacement already lined up for that location with April Banks, which I believe the executive director was talking about in her presentation.
And I believe the artist was interested in David staying here, which was what
It was an
initiated
offer that we've been entertaining for a few months. Yeah, it was an option for us to do that.
And is there room to bargain for? I know he's already a discount, but I'm just wondering if there's some room for. I'm getting that sense, but I kind of like the piece. I was intrigued by the idea of it staying, and was wondering if there's some room for negotiation up here.
we'll take whatever direction you want. I'm not prepared tonight to give you a sense of what is the price is right for what that art piece is. So that's normally that piece, as I understand it, was $350,000. There was complications and changes in the artist's position, and so for a variety of reasons, this was the price that was offered to the city. And so we can certainly ask for more, but if the council is inclined to purchase, I would recommend you provide that amount, and then we'll do our best to try to get the best deal for our city.
Understood. My inclination, and I know there was some discussion about trade-offs, but it sounds like we pulled from a different pot of money for the Broad Street decision. My inclination was that it seemed like a really interesting piece, and would love for it to stay. But I think, like Councilmember Shoresman, I could go either way, because I did like the arguments that she made about pulling some art that had more significance for our area. So I'll just leave it to see where the rest of you fall.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this come in the budget as well. It was one of those not expecting, just as far as things go. But I also understand that sometimes you get a deal and you get or an opportunity, I should say, not even a deal. I mean, it's a moment where you weren't necessarily expecting to get it. So, I'm a little bit on the fence with this one as well, and that doesn't really help the situation. To me, I would love to see more local artists and more culture brought into the public art that we're bringing in. And I also see a lot of what we're doing through our murals recently, and we just had the SLOMA presentation, and what's coming soon with April. We have a lot of opportunities, I think, to see some additional cultural art that we have had. The other aspect is, when Mr. Vakian shared how, there are some other parks that we are still in the middle of creating, let alone do not have public art. It seemed like an opportunity that would be really neat to have. And at the same time, I have to say, I also worry that we would just see graffiti on it for such a large piece. And that's something that I would hate to see in our community too. So, that's just kind of the thoughts that were going through my head. I really didn't have a strong, yes, I can't believe we're getting that, versus, oh man, what are we doing? So I really didn't have either of those feelings. And art is tough. Art is one of those things where people either love it or they don't. It's very subjective. So that was just kind of my initial thoughts on it. So I think the other part, when we look at money and what's being spent on, is this money that would go towards other public art opportunities? It sounds like that's definitely a possibility. So I would feel comfortable in doing that, and in making sure that that same money goes to other public art, if that's what we're doing. But I would hate to see that money that we're like, oh, here's an opportunity to bolster our public art, and then have that go away too. So Vice Mayor Pease.
Well, just I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and then y'all just have to decide how you want to vote. I think there's at least two of us, and I'm banking on, maybe one more. And I would take the 120,000 out. I feel like y'all noticed, one of these things does not look like the other. I just don't think that this is the right format. Again, I don't mind present the opportunity and let's see what happens, but I just don't feel like it has the intentionality that I would want for commitment to a new piece of public art.
Can you share where you would want the money to go?
I'd like it to go back into the infrastructure investment fund. I feel like every other thing on here, and I was being picky, okay, does that make sense right now? Do we need to, and everything else on here is yeah, that's an investment in safety and, projects that we are already committed to. So, and even the 100,000, I was almost thinking take the whole 220,000, but then I thought, okay, art, just because it's not pavement doesn't mean it doesn't promote the health and welfare of our community. So that was kind of the thinking. Keep the 100,000, but don't take up the David. So I'd move the staff recommendations with the one change of shifting, not David, and putting that money into the infrastructure investment fund.
Okay, is there a second? And Vice Mayor, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, before I second it, I'd like to ask Vice Mayor Pease if she'd be willing to put that $100,000 into the Public Art Fund rather than the Infrastructure Investment Fund.
I don't think so. I mean, we're doing the 100,000. That seemed like what we wanted to be doing. I guess you're right in that it's not that much money either way, but my goodness, we're so behind on parks and bike lanes and, we just got some really big things to do, and we're doing a lot of art as it is. So, yeah, that's.
Okay, you've convinced me. I will second it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
No.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
No, and the motion passes 3-2. All right. Wild things that are happening in this meeting today.
Rare split vote.
Over public art.
I know. Okay, well, I want to say thank you very much to Emily Jackson, Natalie Harnett, and the whole team. A lot of great work goes into the budget, and while this was a very unique conversation today, we really appreciate all of your work. And next, we'll move forward to the update on Senate Bill 1439, additional campaign contribution disclosures, and we'll have a conversation about disclosure as well as potentially reducing the contributions from 300 to 250. And
thank you, Mayor and Council members. Happy to be here tonight, joined by Megan Wilbanks, our Deputy City Clerk, and also our City Clerk, Teresa Pranington, who I believe deserves special thanks this evening, to give you an update on Senate Bill 1439 and provide an opportunity to make some changes to our processes to ensure compliance with that. Just to set expectations with this item as we go through what we've outlined and a little bit more of a detailed discussion on what's required from this legislation. If it feels cumbersome, that's probably the right feeling to have. It is, and we have designed some recommendations that we think can alleviate that to the best of our ability, but ultimately there's going to be some work that needs to be done to make sure that we're in compliance with this. With that said, our recommendations tonight are first to just receive an update on 1439. We have had the benefit of seeing some initial opinions by the FEPC in terms of implementation on that, and that has guided some of our recommendations. Secondarily, we do think it's prudent to make some changes in terms of additional disclosure for some of the decisions coming before the council that will be subject to 1439 to help us and ultimately help the council members ensure compliance with this. And then finally, as consideration of whether or not the council does want to make that change to our municipal code to reduce the individual contribution limit from 300 down to 250, as we'll go into further detail, that will not alleviate all potential conflicts, but would potentially reduce the likelihood of them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Megan.
Thank you, Greg. So here's an overview of what we're going to cover tonight. The presentation is divided into 3 sections. First, we'll start with the update on SB 1439, which will detail changes to Section 84308 of the Political Reform Act, resulting in new guidance and regulations from the Fair Political Practices Commission. Next, implementation and best practices to reduce the potential for violations. This section will cover our recommended updates to internal processes, such as adding disclosure forms to planning applications, updating staff report templates, and modifying public comment speaker cards to include the disclosure notice. Lastly, we'll go over introduction of an ordinance to lower the maximum contribution from $300 to $250 and the limitations of such an ordinance. Section 84308, better known as the Levine Act, was enacted to prevent the pay-to-play tactics of the 1980 scandal of the California Coastal Commission. The Los Angeles Times reported that 3 coastal commissioners contacted applicants with pending projects to request campaign donations for themselves and other politicians. They accepted contributions from attorneys and consultants who represented the applicants and always voted in favor of their projects. They even contacted applicants after the decision was made to request more donations. Prior to SB 1439, the Levine Act only applied to appointed board and commission members and elected officials when appointed to another board. As of January 1st, 2023, the bill closed that loophole and now includes local elected officials such as city council members, board of supervisors, and school board representatives. So some key takeaways tonight are: officials can't participate in licensing, permitting, or other entitlement for use proceedings if they've received more than $250 from the party that's involved within the prior 12 months. An example of an entitlement for use could include a private development plan, contracts that aren't competitively bid, and rezoning of specific parcels. The same applies for 12 months after the final decision. So to put this into context, a company contributes $100 to a council member on January 1st, then submits a permit application to the city on January 2nd. At that point, an entitlement for use proceeding is pending. During the next 12 months, the company may only contribute an additional $150 to that council member to stay in compliance. There are limited opportunities to cure violations, which we will discuss in further detail later, but the basics are, depending on the circumstance, you will either have 14 or 30 days to return the portion of the contribution in excess of $250, or you may recuse from the item and still retain the full contribution. Violations of the Act can result in fines up to $5,000 per violation. So obviously there's a lot to unpack here, and many municipalities have struggled with interpretation of the bill. So the next slide will go over some guidance offered by the Fair Political Practices Commission. In December 2022, just before the bill went into effect, the FPPC issued the Kendrick opinion, which states that the look-back period does not apply to contributions received prior to January 1st, 2023. This means contributions collected by candidates in the 2022 election are not subject to disclosure requirements. In June 2023, the Commission adopted a package of 9 regulations concerning Section 84308. During the review process, the Commission received significant interest and feedback from the regulated community, which prompted them to consult with the League of California Cities to identify common concerns and questions. The regulations are intended to provide necessary Commission rules for the implementation and application of the bill. The FPPC also created a webpage that's specific to offering guidance on Section 84308. Some content that the page displays is an overview of the section, key changes implemented by SB 1439, upcoming training opportunities of which are free to attend, various resources such as FAQs and user guides, depending on if you're considered an official of the agency or a party participant or agent, a complete list of the regulations I mentioned earlier, and 11 advice letters issued on this topic. A link to the page was provided in the staff report, and it's highly recommended that you bookmark it to stay updated. Now let's go over some key takeaways and put the legal jargon into context. First, you need to know who the players are. Who does Section 84308 apply to? We're going to start off with officers. An officer is an individual who may make, participate in making, or attempt to influence a decision or exercise authority or budgetary control over those who do. This means elected officials, council members, board of supervisors, school board representatives, members of appointed boards and commissions, the chief executive of an agency such as the city manager, any official with a decision-making authority who is also a candidate for elected office, in the 12 months prior to the decision. For example, a city employee with discretion to approve or reject an event permit application and who is running for a position on a local school board. This person doesn't have to be a member of City Council or the Planning Commission to be considered an officer of the agency and be subject to the rules. Next, we'll go over parties and participants. A party is someone who files an application or is the subject of a proceeding involving a license, permit, or entitlement for use. Some examples include applicants, claimants, respondents, and contracting parties. In general, if someone has applied for a permit, a license, or a right to use a property in a particular way, this requires the agency's discretionary approval, and that person will qualify as a party to the entitlement for use proceeding. A participant, on the other hand, is a person who has a financial interest in the decision and actively supports or opposes the decision by lobbying and providing testimony or public comment or other communications with the agency to influence the proceeding. For example, someone that makes a public comment during an entitlement for use proceeding during the public meeting. If they have a financial interest in the proceeding, they qualify as a participant. Lastly, agents. A person is an agent of a party or a participant in the pending proceeding if they provide representation for compensation and appear before or otherwise communicate with the agency for the purpose of influencing the proceeding. Examples include law firms, architects, engineers, and consultants. It's important to note that an agent's contributions are combined with those of the party or participant that they represent. This is for the purpose of calculating the $250 contribution limit and is referred to as aggregation. Let's break down what aggregation really means. Contributions by a party or participant have to be aggregated by the contributions with an agent for the previous 12 months from the date the agent was hired as a paid representative. To put it into context, here's a situation. A development project is on the agenda for the next city council meeting. You checked to see whether the party involved has contributed to your campaign within the last 12 months and see that they contributed $200 6 months ago. No other contributions have been reported or disclosed by the party or their agent. Accordingly, you take part in the proceeding. However, during the meeting, you learn that the party's agent also contributed $200 to your committee 6 months ago. That means it's an aggregate total of $400 within the last 6 months. At that point, you would have the facts to know that the aggregated total is more than $250 that's allowed within 12 months. Your continued participation in the proceeding would be a violation unless you disclose the fact of the contributions that were disqualifying and confirm that you would either return the disqualifying portion within 30 days or you could recuse from participating in the decision. So with that, let's talk some more about disclosure requirements. So when is a party required to disclose? A party has to disclose when they have contributed in aggregate more than $250 to an officer of the agency. And this disclosure must include the amount of the contribution made in the last 12 months and the names of the persons whose contributions were required to be aggregated. This means they're agents. Generally, disclosure must be made on the date the party files to initiate a proceeding. Teresa's going to go over our strategy to collect this information a little later. So when's an officer required to disclose? Officers are required to disclose any contribution that you know of or have reason to know of on the public record at the beginning of a public meeting if that meeting is held. If an officer learns of the contribution during the meeting, the officer shall make a disclosure on the public record prior to continuing to take part in that proceeding. If no public meeting is held, written disclosure can be entered into the agency's official records. So can officers cure a violation? As I mentioned earlier, there are limited opportunities to cure. The first situation is prior to the proceeding. If you learn about a potential violation before the proceeding takes place, you must return the excess portion within 30 days. This could occur when the agenda is published or when staff provides you with updates on upcoming projects. Next, during the proceeding. If you learn about a contribution during the proceeding while you're at the dais, you must disclose the facts of the contribution on the record. Commit to returning the excess portion within 30 days, or choose to recuse from the item, leave the dais, and in this situation, you would retain the full contribution. Post-proceeding. It is unlawful to accept contributions from a party, participant, or their agent for 12 months after the final decision. No cure is available if an officer knowingly and willingly accepts a contribution over $250. If it was an unwillful action, you may return the contribution within 14 days. Important to note the difference. If you learn about it before it takes place, you have 30 days. If you learn about it after the fact, you only have 14. To help council comply with the disclosure requirements, Teresa will discuss our implementation strategy and best practices recommended by the League of California Cities.
Understanding that SB 1439 is very complicated, staff is proposing implementing some best practices we learned from various other cities who have already implemented them and through webinars we attended. So for licenses, permits, and other entitlements for use proceedings, basically those are like your planning applications and that, we're proposing that we amend the planning application forms so that when we find out that something will have to come to council, because we do have limited number of items that do come to council, that the disclosure form would have to be filled out by the party and their agents. In general, that'll give us about anywhere from 60 to 120, days. The least probably would be 60, which would be like on an appeal. We try to get appeals in by 60 days, but really it's usually more closer to 90. So you would have that information. They would fill it out, submit it to planning. Planning gives it to the clerk's office. The clerk's office provides you with the information. So that is when you have know of the contribution and you have the ability to cure. For the other items, which are contracts and agreements or franchises, we would again, once something, as long as it was not publicly bid, we would have them fill out the disclosures at the beginning of the negotiation period. So then again, if we were ready to submit the contract, you would know, at least on their part, what has been submitted. The one part of this that is a little not as easy to do is the people who come to the podium. So for that instance, we're recommending we adjust the agenda that indicates the disclosure requirements for the person making a public comment who might have a conflict. Also, putting a note on the staff reports that says this item is subject to the statute, and also a disclosure on the back of the speaker card. So that, again, getting that word out to remind people of this requirement. And so, next slide. And so we've also prepared a draft ordinance for council to consider, which would lower the limit to $250, which is the dollar amount in compliance with the statute. However, as indicated in the staff report, adopting the ordinance alone does not completely cure the problem because of the aggregate issue, where you have to look at the combined for the party, participant, and agent, which could easily go over 250 if by some chance any one of those or all of those had contributed. So with that, we'll bring it back to our recommendation, which again is to receive the update on SB 1439 and provide direction to staff to create disclosure forms to be included with the planning application, modified public comment cards with disclosures and any contracting documents, and or to consider introduction of the ordinance.
Thank you. I know this was a lot of detail to go through and was confusing. And I know from on the Cal City side, talking to a lot of other colleagues who were just kind of in shock that this is even a thing. And imagine the county has what, $5,500 donations, and depending on if it's 250, I just cannot imagine going to that big of a discrepancy. But okay, so Councilmember Marks, you have your hand up. Did you have a question already?
Yeah, are you ready for questions?
Ready for questions.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, say something like the Mills Act, when an owner of a historical home wants to, it does come to city council, and they want to qualify for the Mills Act, which would result in them getting a lower property tax bill if they would, invest in their homes for the difference between the Mills Act amount and what they normally would get. So is this the kind of thing that would be subject to 1439?
Yes, it would be.
There's no way there's a kickback to a council member, right?
Yes, that would be covered under this act, the SB 1439, that we would have to disclose. Because it's not competitively bid, and it is regarding a entitlement for use of property.
Okay. And this also would apply to in-kind donations? So that if someone, say, made a website for a candidate and didn't.
Yes, that would be that is considered a donation or a contribution, I'm sorry.
A contribution, right. And so that would then have to be disclosed, even if it's not, if there's no money to return.
Yes, as far as we know, it would have to, you would still have to return the money because it's in kind. So in theory, you did get that because we base it on fair market value.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have right now. Oh, yeah, no, here's one more. There are a bunch of ways that the state of California has taken the discretion away from city council so that a developer, say, would have certain aspects of a project by right so that it's ministerial, so we don't have discretion. So if there are decisions like that where the city council actually has no discretion because of other state statutes, would 1439 apply?
If they do not come before the council, they do not apply. So if they went to planning commission or they could be approved by staff ministerially, they do not apply. It is only those that you actually act upon in a public meeting.
Even if we don't have any discretion? Because earlier you had said it was a matter of council exercising discretion.
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Oh, well, if something's by right, then council cannot.
It wouldn't come to us.
It wouldn't. Well, it might be included in a project, you know. Like I want to have an ADU on my property.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Marks. You know, the slide deck that was included in the packet includes ministerial items like maps, final maps, and those things. So clearly the intent, at least is provided by the FPPC, includes what would normally be seen as non-discretionary items that are ministerial, but yet they fall within the requirements under this bill.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues?
Yep.
Councilmember Shoresman, sorry.
I didn't know my button was already pressed. Sorry. I think I appreciate the question, Councilmember Marks, and I think that's That's kind of what I was getting to with the question that came out in the agenda correspondence with the number of land use licenses and permits and contracts that have actually come before council, and the numbers have gone down over the last couple of years, and I think that's partially because more things are ministerial and they're not coming to council. But there is still, you know, in 2023, there was a total of 13 items that staff estimates would be impacted by this SB 1439. But my question is about the information that someone would need to disclose, like the statements that you're thinking about putting on the speaker slips or on the applications. What information would someone be asked to disclose? Would it be like the person that they made a donation to and the amount, or is that kind of the general idea? Okay. And then the other question was, I know that you've been to Cal Cities. You referenced some of the best practices that you're hearing about. Do we know some of these recommendations that you're making about adjusting the permit application, adjusting the speaker slips? Are there any other jurisdictions that you know of that are considering reducing their donation limits similar to what is being potentially recommended here?
I don't remember anyone in saying that in all of the webinars that we've attended or in the training when we went to new law for city clerks where they had a session on this. It's never been a focus of reducing it. It's always been more on the how can we help people get around it.
And I will add, not many people have this low of a cap on contributions, so it wasn't really a point of conversation because they're like, you have how little? Why? And so I think that's part of the conversation is they're worried about how to get around it because they don't have a cap. We already have a cap, a low cap.
That's my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis, you had a question or no?
I'm good.
Okay. Okay. All right. Do we have any public comment?
We have one online.
Okay.
Let me.
All right. Without any public comment, then we'll move on to deliberations. I'm going to go ahead and start first this time. I don't usually, but I first and foremost just really appreciate all of the difficult kind of maneuvering and trying to figure out how do we appropriately follow the new rules as of January 1st, 2023 from the candidate side, the council side, the commissioner side, whichever the party it is, as well as the developer or whoever might have given. So I really appreciate all the detail you both have gone through on this. And I am fine with the idea of 1 and 2. I'm not fine with 3. I think we have such a low contribution maximum as is that why do we take away from people to be able to gather the money they wish to for their campaign, especially when I think about who's typically giving, well, everyone's typical is different. Who could be giving that $300? Is it your kindergarten friend, your Girl Scout friend, your mom? You know, are they coming and asking for a contract? Maybe, but probably not. And I think there's also very clear aspects of this bill that we as council members and whoever else is going to be the party and the officer, we are responsible also. And I went back to my 2018, I went back to my 2022, and you know, the first time it was 7 people that gave me $300. The second time it was 14. And of those, it was majority friends. It wasn't even, that don't even really connect with city council at all. There were a couple people that I would have said, no thanks, here's $50 back. And I probably would have a different rule going forward for myself. If it's people who typically come in front of council for contracts, I would say, I'm going to take only $250 from you all. That's just my own personal choice. But I think that's the thing, is that we are, with number 3, taking 300 down to 250. If people on this council can't make decisions based on $50, I'm really concerned for them in the future anyway, because they have a lot more detailed information to have to read through on our packets. And so I just really think that taking it down to the 250, while it seems as though it's easy, it's not necessarily when you look at the aggregation and you don't know which person is on a nonprofit board that is an executive and getting paid versus on a nonprofit board who's not. I mean, there's all these funky rules anyway that will still occur even with this ordinance to a point. So that's my 2 cents. Vice Mayor Pease.
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense. So if anybody, an individual can cap their own contributions at $250, but it doesn't need to be a across the board, but other people make their own decisions. I'd support that.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I think that was my initial inclination, but then as I was going through, I kept thinking about the potential for these issues then to become more broadly disruptive on the council. So an individual can cure or recuse, but if you're more likely to run into these issues with the higher than 250 contribution allowance, it's just going to happen more often. And the potential then to impact the rest of the council and the ability to get quorum or to have decisions that would be questioned after the fact that potentially then would have to be revisited. It just feels like it makes it a little bit more messy. And then thinking about it, obviously as an individual, you can set your own limits, but just thinking about it from the perspective of who runs for office and then the complications that come in with being your own treasurer and having to navigate all of this and figuring out how to give money $50 back in these situations. Again, I understood that people can set their own limits here, but it feels like it's one more variable that we can simplify in all of this. And it feels like it has broader impacts than the one individual who's accepting the contribution. So my inclination would be to lower it, just to kind of keep it a little more clean and simple, but I'm open to having further discussion on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I have really gone back and forth on this one like a million different times. And for a long time, I was very much in absolute agreement with what you're saying as far as it's up to each of us to kind of police our own donations when we're running for office and be aware of what, potential problems there might be and turn donations away if that seems appropriate. I turned donations away during my campaign. I'm sure you all did as well when it just didn't seem to sit right. And then I started asking questions of staff, and I was honestly really hoping that something would change before we really had to address this, because I know there has been so much conversation about the implementation of this and the actual enforcement of it and how difficult this is going to be just for everybody statewide. FPPC, I mean, how are they going to show some of these conflicts have happened? It's just out there in terms of the actual implementation. And then I started asking these questions of staff, like how many times would this really impact us? And I think the one thing that is kind of swaying me over to let's just reduce the limit by $50 is the implication on some of the other advisory bodies that we are on. And some of those are grant-making bodies. And to try and explain this to some staff person in Department of Social Services when I sit on HSOC and they're voting, they're asking us to vote on, you know, it's one thing that our city staff, who have obviously done a huge amount of homework on this and have it dialed in and figured out, to ask them to figure this out, but then to like be able to plan ahead before a meeting of HSOC when we're going to be deciding on grants and ask the staff people if there's, you know, it just, that's the part that is just kind of making me want to cry uncle and say it's only $50 a donor. It's not. So I totally hear you. And I was in that camp for a long time. And now I think, at least today and then the last 24 hours, my pendulum is swinging the other direction.
I've gone back and forth a lot too, I understand. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to introduce a historical angle. When the first campaign limit we had was $100. And when I had that, when that was the cap, I had $10,000. I raised $10,000. Then it was raised to $200. When it was $200, I raised $20,000. These are approximate numbers. When it was $300, I raised about $30,000. So I think that what I like about, I'm in favor of just reducing it to $250 because I'm again, the fellow who's my treasurer is wonderful, but I can imagine having a nervous breakdown if you know, around all of this stuff. So it's fair. If it's $250 for everybody and every candidate knows that, and you have a budget, you know, I mean, your campaign budget is going to be predicated on how much money you have, right? So you kind of plan backwards from, okay, this is my goal. But then at a certain point you have to say, well, how much money do I have? I have to be realistic here. So I'm in favor of just going for the $250 limit. And then we, whoever is running for office, might have to just work a little bit harder to get that solid core of people who will give you the maximum amount early in the campaign, so that you have a war chest so that you can go ahead and campaign. You know, you might have to work harder to get more people in that category so that you will have what you need financially to get those signs printed and get those radio ads and all that. So I'm in favor of lowering it to $250 and just eliminating some of the headache. It's not going to eliminate the whole thing, but to me, simplifying and living within our means is really a good idea. And when I say it would be fair for also for people who are considering running for office, to put a burden on them that they might not even know about 1439, but to say that the contribution limit is $300, but you could, if you wanted to, limit it to $250, and why would I do that? And they could, you know, wade into this swamp of red tape, and me personally, I feel this whole Senate bill is unnecessary, but that's my point of view. So I would say let's congratulate staff on figuring out how to comply with it, and let's go ahead and voluntarily reduce our contribution limit to $250. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the bootstraps concept of just working harder, but I think part of my thoughts around this is we there's also the ability to give yourself a loan as a candidate and then forgive it to yourself. And so for someone who doesn't have the finances that wants to run, I mean, why take away any ability to help them run? Why limit them? And with the same logic, Councilmember Marks, of when it was 100, you gained 10,000, 200, you gained this, 300. Well, then you would think it was 500 for the way it is now. Now to run for mayor, it was 50,000 the year before I ran, then it became 50,000 again. And so I think when you think about what it takes to run, it's about the price of what everything costs. So when there's newer people that are running that haven't been on the council already, they have to have more things to purchase. They have to have more flyers and shirts or whatever promotional marketing pieces they're doing or purchasing. So that's my concern, is any little bit we take away from someone who doesn't have the finances to run, it limits them. Yeah, it's confusing, no question. And I hope that anyone who's thinking about running attends the free trainings, because that is so complicated. The person who helps me as a treasurer, I'm so thankful for her too. And she had to sometimes lean over to her husband and say, okay, you're a lawyer, reread this for me. This doesn't make any sense. So it is complicated, but this is not the only aspect of this code that is complicated. So I look at that and I would hate for us to say, well, the people who are coming into this can't possibly figure this out, so let's simplify it. That also concerns me for people who would be potentially coming into this role, because again, we have a lot of unique, very detailed code items that we have to make decisions on. So that's the other part of it. But I understand it's okay. We can have split votes. So whatever needs to happen, go from there. Councilmember Francis.
I was going to make a motion on the 3 recommendations and see if anybody's willing to second.
Councilmember Francis has moved recommendation 1 through 3. Councilmember Marks?
I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
No.
Mayor Stewart?
No, and the motion passes 3-2. Thank you very much for all the detailed work. I appreciate it. And great job for your first presentation to the council, Megan. So now we have liaison reports and communications, and then we'll get back to our public comment after that. One thing I would like to say on my report is I would love to have staff look into our future meetings and just identify when we have to allow for virtual comment versus in-person comment. I'm pretty sure we have that answer already, but if you can just double check that, that would be great. Thanks. Do we have any committee updates? Councilmember Shoresman?
Sure, just a couple. Happy to see several of you at the People's Self-Help Housing Broad Street Place ribbon cutting a week or so ago. Great to see, just great to see. Always happy to see more affordable housing and people living in places that they didn't have the opportunity to live in before. So wonderful. And then I attended the Diablo Canyon decommissioning meeting that was held virtually last week with lots of public comment about the potential closure of that facility.
Thank you. Councilor Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I attended the Air Pollution Control District meeting. It was mostly about the budget and a very good news from the APCD. The other thing is that Jimmy Paulding was elected the president, and I was elected the vice president of the APCD. I also attended the pallet show at the corner of Toro and Monterey, and I thought it was really great. I understand that that's not the company that we will be going with, for the project here in San Luis Obispo County. But the whole idea was fantastic, and I have to say, they looked a lot better than some of the hotels that I saw when I was in Europe. So I feel like it's really good. And on February 1st, the county officially joined the Integrated Waste Management Authority. So it has happened, the long-awaited thing. And on Valentine's Day, we have our first meeting with a county representative who is also Jimmy Paulding. And it will be in the Board of Supervisors meeting room in their chambers. So that's all I have for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the Los Osos Rotary. They hosted me on January 26th, and I got to speak to them about what's happening in Slow City, and that was a lot of fun. Also, on the 25th, we had our advisory body chair, our quarterly meeting, and I always find that fun, really getting to see what's happening in all the different advisory bodies and getting an update, so a lot of fun. For the city selection committee, all of the mayors from the county came together on the 26th, and we made the selection for LAFCO and for the other committee that I can't think of, that we highlighted, city manager from from Atascadero, Jim Lewis. He was selected for the ongoing committee, as well as the mayor of Pismo, Ed Wagi, was selected as the LAFCO representative. So really, really cool. I was elected chair of that committee, and we don't meet again until next year. So then the vice chair who was elected to that same committee, Mayor Wixom from Morro Bay, will be the chair next time. So really great also to see the grand opening for People Self-Help Housing, absolutely, and I hate to repeat things that other people say, but that's the one thing that I really was just thrilled to see everyone there, not just the electeds, but people from the community. It was such a generous offer to people in the community sharing their homes and opening their homes to us, and just really appreciated that. And then lastly, I just want to say congratulations, Councilmember Marks, because that's a really exciting opportunity to be the vice president for the air pollution district. Moving on to Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Also got a chance to go to Pallet Shelter Roadshow. It was fantastic. That's what they're using down at the 5 Cities site in Grover Beach. And this was the newest model. So it was really cool to see some of the upgrades that they've made based on actual usage. And got to go to my very first mayor advisory body lunch. And that was an awesome experience. It's really great to hear all the advisory bodies catching you up on what's going well and kind of the big issues that are coming through. And then got to see all of you guys at the Broad Street Place. So that was fantastic. And what a celebration for our community. But thank you all.
Thank you. And I will say, I forgot to mention, we are in process with advisory body interviews. The city clerk's office is amazing, just corralling on all the details. So just thank you to all of the city clerk staff, and thank you to my colleagues. And now we'll do the last bit of the public comment for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, I would point out that while speakers do have the opportunity to speak, we also are an employer, and we have an obligation to create a work environment free from harassment and discrimination. And therefore, I would invite anyone in the room who doesn't wish to be exposed to that kind of speech, including the council members, should it be your choice to leave, and I'm happy to allow the speakers to speak, and then we can reconvene and you can close down the meeting if that's your choice.
Thank you so much.
And with that, meeting is adjourned.